ফার্স্ট পেজটা
আমি করে দিচ্ছি।
শোনা যাচ্ছে রে?
সুকন্যা তুমি কি পাঠিয়েছো গো লিংকটা?
ম্যাম পাঠাচ্ছি, জাস্ট লাইভ হলো এই
দেখাচ্ছে যে লাইভ অন ইউটিউব।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম।
আচ্ছা আমি দেখে নিচ্ছি।
স্ক্রিন দেখা যাচ্ছে তো?
হ্যাঁ দেখা যাচ্ছে।
ঠিক আছে।
আচ্ছা অতনু ঢুকতে পারছে না সুকন্যা, ওকে দেখাচ্ছে যে ইউ হ্যাভ বিন রিমুভড বাই দ্য হোস্ট। একটু দেখো না। Am I audible?
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম বলুন, ম্যাম বলুন।
অতনু ঢুকতে পারছে না, ওকে দেখাচ্ছে ইউ হ্যাভ বিন রিমুভড বাই দ্য হোস্ট।
আমি তো হোস্ট, এক মিনিট
দেখো তো।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম, আমি আপনাকে একটা লিংক পাঠাচ্ছি হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে, ওটা স্যারকে ফরওয়ার্ড করবেন?
হ্যাঁ করে দিচ্ছি। আচ্ছা আমি না এটা পেলাম না সুকন্যা, দাঁড়াও এক মিনিট, মেলটা পাইনি গো এখনো।
ওয়েবিনার ট্রায়াল থেকে মেল করেছি, ওয়েবিনার মেল আইডিটা থেকে।
এক মিনিট। আচ্ছা আমি একটু কুইট করে গিয়ে মেলটা সেন্ড করে আমি আবার আসছি তাহলে।
আপনার যেই আইডিটা দিয়ে আপনি রেজিস্টার করেছিলেন, যে আইডিটা এই মেলটা গেছে সেটাতে
আচ্ছা
পাঠিয়েছি।
আচ্ছা আমি তাহলে লিভ করছি, করে আমি পরে আবার জয়েন করছি মেলগুলো করে।
শোনা যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ, ক্লিয়ার। আমারটা শোনা যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, শোনা দেখা দুটোই তো?
ওকে, হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, ক্লিয়ার।
হ্যাঁ, ঠিক আছে।
Am I audible? Shukana?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
Video?
Yes, yes.
Okay. সুকন্যা,
ইয়েস ম্যাম।
তোমার ভিডিওটা একবার অন করো।
দেখা যাচ্ছে ম্যাম?
হ্যাঁ, দেখা যাচ্ছে।
পিএম ম্যাডাম, শোনা যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ, শোনা যাচ্ছে।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম, আমি সবাইকে পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছি।
হ্যাঁ, তুমি মেলে পাঠিয়েছো তো?
হ্যাঁ, সবাইকে মেইল করে দিয়েছি।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ।
কি লাগছে?
ঠিক আছে ম্যাম, সোজাই লাগছে।
সুকন্যা,
লেখাটা সোজাই আছে ম্যাম।
হুম,
ঠিক আছে ম্যাম, সোজাই লাগছে লেখাটা।
শুনতে পাচ্ছি না।
ম্যাম সোজা লাগছে লেখাটা।
আমার কথা শোনা যাচ্ছে? হ্যালো?
হ্যাঁ, আমি শুনতে পাচ্ছি।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, আমি ম্যামকে কল করে বলছি।
সুকন্যা, অতনু কিন্তু এখনো জয়েন করতে পারছে না, একটু দেখো।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম, ম্যাম কিছু বললেন?
হ্যাঁ সুকন্যা, অতনু ঢুকতে পারছে না, একটু দেখো না। ওকে বারে বারে ওটাই বলছে যে ইউ হ্যাভ বিন রিমুভড বাই দ্য হোস্ট।
মিনিট ম্যাম। স্যার, নীলাব্জ স্যার।
হ্যাঁ বলুন।
স্যার, আপনি একটু দেখবেন, আপনি তো এই আইডিটা থেকে লগ ইন করেছেন। একটু অতনু স্যারকে আরেকবার মেলটা রিসেন্ড করবেন, ওনার প্যানেলিস্টে নামটা দেওয়া আছে।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, উনি মনে হয় যে আরেকজন যে ম্যাডামের তার আইডি দিয়ে লগ ইন করেছিল, মনে হয় ফরওয়ার্ড মেল দিয়ে করেছিল, তাই জন্য ওনার নামটা দেখাচ্ছিল না। আমি করে দিচ্ছি না।
আপনি আরেকবার একটু, হ্যাঁ ওনার, হ্যাঁ ডক্টর অতনু কুমার ডোগরা, ওই নামটা সেভ করা আছে। আপনি জাস্ট একবার রিসেন্ড করে দিন স্যার, থ্যাংক ইউ।
সংযুক্তার শরীরটা খুবই খারাপ।
সেই তো, খুব খারাপ লাগছে, কি যে হচ্ছে সব।
খুব খারাপ লাগছে।
হুম।
লাস্ট মোমেন্টে এসে এরকম হলো, অসুস্থ। দিদি, আপনি আমাকে একটু প্রো ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর একাডেমিকের সারনেমটা বলতে পারবেন? প্রফেসর মীনাক্ষী রে।
একাডেমিক না, এই তো
ফিনান্স।
ফিনান্স, মীনাক্ষী। জিজ্ঞেস করলে
তা আমি তাহলে দেখে নিচ্ছি। সংযুক্তা তো জয়েন করেছে। সংযুক্তা কেমন আছিস তুই? সংযুক্তা, সংযুক্তা তুই কেমন
মীনাক্ষী রে,
আছিস?
প্রফেসর মীনাক্ষী রে।
হ্যাঁ মীনাক্ষী রে, হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, সংযুক্তা জয়েন করেছে।
আচ্ছা,
আমি দেখছি ওকে, ও রয়েছে জুমে। অনিন্দিতা, তোর কিরকম আছে স্লিপ ডিস্কের প্রবলেম?
হ্যাঁ, ব্যথা তো আছেই, ওই জন্য বিছানায় বসে কোনো মতে করছি আর কি।
আচ্ছা।
ওটা আমি কি রাখবো বেশিরভাগ সময়।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, নিশ্চয়ই অফ করে রাখবি ভিডিও।
দেখছি আমার ভিডিওটা।
Ma'am, this is in practice session now. Once we start the webinar, all the attendees will be able to join. Should we start the webinar now? It's 10:25.
Yeah. But I should mention. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you see me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The thing is that since you have mentioned that it will start at 10:30, we should start from 10:30.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay.
Then we'll start at 10:30. Okay.
Only 3-4 minutes we should maintain our commitment. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Tanuka ma'am, good morning. Thank you very much for joining, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Tilottama. Can you see me?
Yes, ma'am, I can see you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Yeah.
Uh.
Whether it is exactly 10:30, now you can start. When just it is 1-2 minutes. After 1-2 minutes, it will be 10:30. So you can start. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, we'll start at 10:30, ma'am. Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, and ma'am, the order is like this. There will be a very brief inaugural song, and
Okay.
then there will be one welcome speech by me, and then we'll invite you to speak.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
তিলোত্তমা, হ্যালো।
হ্যাঁ, শুনতে পাচ্ছি।
হ্যাঁ রে, হ্যাঁ শোন না, বলছি আর কিছু করতে হবে না, এটার থেকে আপগ্রেডেড হয়ে যাবে।
না না, এখানেই বাস, এখানেই তুই যে রয়েছিস
ওকে
দেখতে পাবি
ওকে
সবকিছু।
ওকে ওকে ওকে।
Okay. It has started.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all the delegates, attendees, and the honorable speaker to the 3-day-long international webinar, Redefining Wellbeing in the Wake of Pandemic, organized by Department of Psychology, University of Calcutta. In such a trying time, in the middle of this pandemic, when every day passes and we realize how important it is to maintain solidarity, focus on our well-being, and to be with each other, the Department of Psychology is going to host this 3-day-long international webinar with eminent speakers from various parts of the globe to enlighten us with their perspectives of seeing and attaining a well-being in general in the time of pandemic. Today, that is on day 1, we are going to begin with a performance by Shinjon Ghosh, Papri Das, and Urmimala Ghosh as a part of the inaugural session.
Give a touch of the fiery magical stone to my life. Purify me, clarify me and lighten me. With all severe pain purify my soul. Uphold my mortal body high, enlightened. Allow me to serve your temple as the burning lamp inside. Let the lamp radiate through my songs. With your petty touches into the darkness, nascent stars arise, glimmering all night. My eyes will not find a dark spot anywhere. It will be light everywhere. All my sufferings would burn and soar skyward.
আঁধারের গায়ে গায়ে পরশ তব সারা রাত ফোটাক তারা নব নব আঁধারের গায়ে গায়ে পরশ তব সারা রাত ফোটাক তারা নব নব নয়নের দৃষ্টি হতে ঘুচবে কালো যেখানে পড়বে সেথায় দেখবে আলো নয়নের দৃষ্টি হতে ঘুচবে কালো যেখানে পড়বে সেথায় দেখবে আলো ব্যথা মোর উঠবে জ্বলে ঊর্ধ্বপানে ব্যথা মোর উঠবে জ্বলে ঊর্ধ্বপানে আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো দহন দানে আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে
Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom. Into that heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake.
After this beautiful performance, now I would invite Head of the Department of Psychology, Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee, to deliver her opening remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Abhishekta. Good morning. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Shonali Chakraborty Bandopadhyay, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Academic, Professor Ashish Kumar Chattopadhyay, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Finance, Professor Meenakshi Ray, and Honorable Registrar, Professor Debashish Das, for giving us this opportunity today. Our respected Dean of Science, Professor Tonuka Chattopadhyay of Applied Mathematics Department, University of Calcutta, is present here today. I take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to you, Madam. Thank you for your gracious participation. I heartily welcome my esteemed colleagues and all the retired professors of the Department of Psychology, distinguished guests and fellow professionals from the fraternity, students and research scholars from my own university and various other institutes across India, international colleagues and delegates. Thank you for your participation. Thank you to Professor Dr. Shaumiran Panda and Professor Vivek Benegal, who are the resource persons today in the inaugural session. Professor Panda from ICMR, Professor Vivek Benegal from NIMHANS. Much thanks to you for your participation, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an extraordinary difficult time that we are voyaging across. I sincerely hope that all of you are keeping in good health and your family members are safe and healthy. From the department, we have very meticulously crafted this 3-day international webinar, Redefining Well-being in the Wake of Pandemic, to explore how the pandemic has thwarted our sense of well-being and mental health, apart from damaging us comprehensively by repeated lockdowns, loss of jobs, restricted lifestyle, closure of educational institutions, and by imposing many other abhorrent and unanticipated restrictions. I envisage that this webinar shall introduce us to promising evidence-based interventions and resolutions to help improve outcomes during this darkest hour and long after. Esteemed delegates, it is needless to say that just when we thought that we were emerging winners and were brave enough to gather the broken pieces strewn around, this pitiless, merciless virus returned with a vengeance. Many of us have lost our loved ones prematurely. Some of us who have faced its wrath are struggling to find meaning amidst an excruciating existential suffering, which posits many existential concerns that have the potential to generate considerable anxiety. In poet's words, I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand. How few, yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep. While I weep, oh God, can I not grasp them with a tighter clasp? Oh God, can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seeing but a dream within a dream? We are mental health professionals. Hope is the language that we dwell on. There is a storm outside and a storm inside you. You really will have to make it through that violent metaphysical symbolic storm. No matter how metaphysical or symbolic it might be, make no mistake about it. And once the storm is over, you won't remember how you made it through, how you managed to survive. You won't even be sure, in fact, whether the storm is really over. But one thing is certain, when you come out of the storm, you won't be the same person who walked in. That's what this storm is all about. I wish you all a glorious 3-day international webinar with cherishable moments and renewed sense of vigor and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would invite Professor Tonuka Chattopadhyay of Applied Mathematics, Dean of Science of University of Calcutta, to say a few words.
Thank you. First of all, I welcome all the dignitaries of University of Calcutta, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Shunali Chakraborty Banerjee, our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, Professor Ashish Kumar Chattopadhyay, and our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Finance, Professor Meenakshi Ray, and our Registrar, Professor Debashish Dash. Without their help, this 3-day webinar was not become possible. But I must thank Professor Tilottama Mukherjee, who has, with her all colleagues and all the resource persons and all the beloved students, have become able to organize such a theme in the time of our great despair. And we are all sometimes we feel that we are going down and down and down, but at that time something should uh, mm, be inspirational of this kind of phenomena in our lives, so that we can revive our mental strength, and uh, we just can think that yes, there is hope, and we will be able to overcome this crisis of the socio-economic society. So regarding the department history, Professor Ashutosh Mukherjee in 1905 first thought of constructing a department of mental health, and that time the vice person, Professor Brojendranath Shil. He was the George V professor, chair professor, and he has taken the responsibility of constructing the syllabus of this department. And in 1924, it was recognized as a science stream of this university. In 1923, it was recognized as a separate section in the Indian Science Congress that time. And in 19, as far I remember, in 1924, Indian Psychological Association was established, and this is a very good thing for any kind of discipline, because in the department through our syllabus we teach the students about the subjects, but to keep pace with the present status of any kind of disciplines, we have to have an association of this time, because in association we learn something beyond our syllabus, that is through the seminars, the conferences, the symposium, workshops, etc., and through the publication of journals from various societies. We have taken a great role in the enhancement of the knowledge base of that subject. Now, in our society, what we find that the science and technology has accumulated the society to a far extent, and we are very happy that we have reformed the society. We have academic success, but in spite of that, something happens which is termed as the disorder, because amongst borders there are always disorder, and if this is a mental disorder, this is very alarming for our society. So this department has taken a step to heal the society from this mental disorder through the different NGOs, and with the NGOs, they have constructed various programs, I know. So thanks to Department of Psychology, they have a very good service for our society through these NGOs, to the for the citizens of the societies, who are not only the students but also the citizens of our society. So this kind of community work should be I think should be there in all our departments, so that we have some sort of empathy for other citizens. That is, we can think something more about beyond our own security, our own interest. So that is very important for human being, because we actually through our life is short, and one day we will pass away. So what remains in this art? So the remains in this art is our work, our contribution, the contribution from contribution of all kinds, not only the academic contribution, but the social contribution is very, the dominating factor in our life. So for this kind of work, this department has a great role. So I thank this department for their very enchanting activities. And in this time of despair, the arrangement of such kind of webinar is will be very much reviving for the students of the departments and the participants of the departments. So I think this should go on. We should go on. So I thank all the participants, the delegates, and I hope that in this 3-day workshop that you will learn how we can be well-being, because the topic of today's webinar is the well-being in the time of pandemic. So this is very important at this time. So it is very highly correlating conference for today's thing. So at last, I should mention one quote which I found in somewhere, that once a wise man was asked, "What is the meaning of life?" He replied, "Life itself has no meaning. Life is an opportunity to create meaning." So this we should remember all the time, and I hope that you will learn the philosophy of life through this webinar. So I thank you all, and I thank you, Tilottama, for inviting me in today's webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Professor Pritha Mukhopadhyay, the convener of this webinar, to say a few words.
Good morning. Respected Professor Tonuka Chattopadhyay, our Dean of Science, respected speakers, my revered teachers, delegates, participants, my dear students, along with our head of the department, Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee, and on behalf of all the faculty members of the department and with the members of our office and library, I too welcome you all in the 3 days webinar on redefining well-being in the wake of pandemic, when we are passing through a very stressful and overwhelming time. In this global crisis due to pandemic, special emphasis has been given on well-being, as maintenance of the sense of well-being is the ultimate aim of human, be it in peace or during prolonged period of crisis. Pandemic occurs over a very wide area, crossing international boundaries, affecting a large number of people. It's a question how one can maintain a state of well-being in the midst of the threats of pandemic. We feel it important because in spite of this high rate of morbidity and mortality over a wide geographic areas, causing a significant economic, social, and political disruption, in spite of the fact that life looks a standstill, there are thousands and thousands of deaths. It's also true that life flows. Life keeps on moving, and we are to move forward. Dissemination of the knowledge on how to maintain our well-being for the human race to endure is our social and professional responsibility. We know that well-being is a dynamic concept, and it needs redefinition in consonance with the demand of the reality. When people have to decide what will be good for the self and for the others. We do not know how many webs are waiting for us, how many near and dear ones we have to lose forever. At this point of time, we felt the need for addressing the issue of well-being. On the one hand, we are succumbing to a grief, bereavement, depression due to loss of family members, friends, our fellow beings. We are apprehensive of what's going to happen, failing to cope with such a high level of uncertainty. On the other hand, we fail to maintain the sense of our well-being as our free will, free movement, our sense of autonomy is jeopardized. We feel we have no control over the environment. Rather, we are at the mercy of the environment. Youth feel stuck as they cannot attain their life goal the way they deserve. It's true that sense of autonomy, mastery over environment, persuasion of goal, all these are the determinants of our sense of well-being. So we feel an urge to go back to the pre-COVID lifestyle to the extent that we go for non-compliance with wearing masks, intolerant to confinement, online classes, online office, and intolerant to any restriction imposed onto us. Do we fail to process the danger signal of the COVID-19 virus, which leads to the thousands and thousands of deaths? Maybe. It's not that the existence of invisible virus is not acknowledged by us, but this prolonged, restricted, confined lifestyle, reporting of millions of deaths, loss of dear ones, is so different from our known reality that we are living in a state of denial, perhaps to maintain our emotional homeostasis. Continuous exposure to life-threatening information is inhibiting our free play of emotion. We are succumbing to the emotional numbness, nonconformity, which is the expression of a callous desperation, maybe an attempt to fill in our existential vacuum. Whatever happens, we have to uphold our positivity and flow of life. We, the rational being of this planet, has to be determined to come out of this crisis for the survival of the humankind. We have to keep our thinking functional at an optimal level, maintain our fellow feeling, our sense of empathy strong, our vision sharp, so that it can help me to maintain my well-being, though within some restrictions, and to be helpful to persons in need. We like to stay at home, not going out, but it was on our free will in pre-COVID condition, and it was optional. But now we are intolerant to it because it's a compulsion and it's in distress. See, in pre-COVID condition also, we are confined. We are confined to our needs, our wants, our strivings, our pleasure, addiction. We were seekers of novelty, stimulation, possession, outwardness, materialistic needs. We were depleting the earth, making it a wasteland, for example, with new and newer models of tech products, even when it was not much necessary, jeopardizing the well-being of our earth and ourselves too, in different ways. Anxiety, depression, melancholy, suicide are not the post-COVID terms. It was there. Definitely now it's more amplified, and it's becoming difficult to cope with this excess of uncertainty at every step of living. We had ties primarily with the people of our choice. We were individualistic. It's not that. At that time, there was no need for developing social support system. It's not that. There was no need for webinar on stress or psychological well-being, online counseling. It's not that. At that time, office could not be run from home wherever possible, reducing crowding, pollutions. But we were busy with ourselves, my vertical growth, my achievement, my needs. Now we find society is not meant for living as an individual. Now we learn society is meant for living collectively. Now we find we are more concerned about each other in spite of restriction. We are living more for each other, connecting through telephoning, virtual meeting, going personally when one is in need. During this period, we have learned the importance of looking into needs of others over the needs and desires of one's own, to live with almost unconditional cooperation when necessary. Now, well-being is in physical confinement with psychological expansion. Now you have learned that many variables are not under my control, but will be affected by it. Alertness and awareness is necessary to maintain our well-being. Also, we know no disaster is natural. Even those we think natural, it's because we're encroaching upon others' territory. Different viruses are losing the organism which are their natural habitat due to the extinction of this organism as we are destroying the man-animal boundary. Our created atmospheric pollution is destroying the atmospheric homeostasis. We had not thought of what will make it a better world because we had our well-being as we thought that we were in the best world. The COVID is an eye-opener. Let us be together and develop a new discourse about life, of alternate reality, and redefine our sense of well-being to create a new planet. We have with us learned academicians for these 3 days to lead this candle and to guide us. I again welcome the learned speakers and all the delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So before moving on to the next segment, a note to all the participants and the delegates. You can post all your comments and questions in the comment section of YouTube as well as Zoom. Now we will move on to the next part, that is the keynote address by Dr. Shomiron Panda. Dr. Shomiron Panda, a tropical medicine specialist and an astute researcher with 3 decades of standing, is the head of the Division of Epidemiology and Communicable Diseases in Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR. He is also the director of National AIDS Research Institute, ICMR-NARI, located in Pune, Maharashtra, synthesizing evidence to inform policy, actively engaging communities to develop interventions, outbreak investigation and application of quantitative and qualitative research methods in the field of infectious diseases, infant death, women's health and HIV stigma reduction are some of his noteworthy contributions. Currently, Dr. Panda is leading a large team of public health professionals, laboratory scientists, and young researchers to generate evidence to inform COVID-19 response in India. Policymakers and program planners in the country draw upon his rich experience in this regard. The work of Dr. Panda and his team in the field of SARS-CoV-2 prevention, reinfection, development of clinical management, advisory, and vaccination strategy is worth noticing in this context. In recognition of Dr. Panda's contribution in the field of communicable diseases, including HIV epidemic, ICMR bestowed upon him the Major General Sahib Singh Sokhe Award in 1995. He received Fogarty International Fellowship in 1996 and trained at the University of California, Los Angeles, USA. In 2020, Dr. Shomiron Panda was elected as a Fellow of the West Bengal Academy of Science. Training modules developed by Dr. Panda as part of the several UN programs in South and Southeast Asia, and book chapters as well as articles written by him in national and international peer-reviewed journals are testimony to his commitment to this field of public health. We welcome Dr. Shomiron Panda. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Abhishekta, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So thank you really for your kind words. And I thank Professor Tilottama Mukherjee, head of the Psychology Division of Calcutta University, and all the dignitaries. I thank all of you to give me this opportunity for sharing my experience with you today morning. This is a difficult time, that goes without saying. Everybody is, experiencing it in his or her own way. While I was listening to Professor Pritham Mukherjee's deliberation, it made me, thinking. And I will try share some of the experiences, being an insider, being deeply involved and very intimately involved with this whole epidemic situation, which is not just epidemic confined in a country, but also has gained a proportion of pandemic because it has crossed boundaries. So we used to say that the viruses and the bacteria, they don't require passports, neither do they respect borders. But it really, comes to our internalization when we start experiencing something like COVID-19 pandemic. I have a couple of slides. I will try share them and try finish up whatever I thought of sharing within 30 to 40 minutes. And I believe that there will be some time for some interactions. Are my slides visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So I did it full screen. Let's see how do we go with this. And it's not going to be, because many of these information that are there on these slides, you have also come to know about them through social media, newspaper articles, or even published papers. What I try do here, not necessarily, I cannot afford to, that's why I cannot, just talking to you about my experience. It would sometimes be talking to myself, and you will realize why. And it's a public health perspective, as the title says. So what is public health? And are we able to see that if the individual health gets jeopardized, public health gets jeopardized as well, but the public health responses could also impact individual health, be it well-being in whatever form, at the individual level, familial level, or societal level. There will be a mutual impact of individual health as a person and the public health. And we'll try examine these issues. We are talking about pandemics. And as I said, it's across the globe. And it's not just COVID-19, but COVID-19 has hit us in a way which was not seen ever before, not at least within the last 50 or 60 years. But everybody goes back to 100 years ago, and everybody talks about the Spanish flu, although it did not get generated from Spain. Actually, Spain did very well in terms of reporting them. So we find it probably handy to attach a name with the disease. And then probably it allows us to see that, well, the problem was somewhere else. And that's a dangerous strain. And it's not only with the Spanish flu. If you see that how are the mutants being described, we start talking about UK variant. The mutant or a changed form of a virus is a variant or a mutant. So UK variant, Brazilian variant, South African variant, Indian variant of late. And we also have started talking about North Indian variant and South Indian variant, and is it going to be dangerous? And even a Bengal variant. So I would urge to think, is it a way of denial? Because if we attach, a disease with a particular place or a country, then it allows me to get dissociated, or it is somebody else who is responsible for the problem. So we do not want to own it as a group, as a whole. But then it was SARS, MERS, Ebola, yellow fever, Zika, Nipah, but we never seriously thought about the change in the environment and the ecology and the rapid urbanization, which were probably playing their role. And the extreme connectivity that we have today in today's world allowed this to spread pretty rapidly. And we will see within a short while, how did that happen? And we always thought that health, well, fine, good in discourses, discussions, but when it comes to the actual expenditure on health, it would be meager or minimal, because we never saw, probably, I'm talking about globally and also for our country, health was never seen as a development issue. That's really sad. Now, how did it all begin? It's a good idea. Everybody knows about it, but I'll tell you why I thought that I would have this slide. Of course, it was detected first in China, and then, so far India is concerned, there was the student who was coming back from Wuhan to Kerala, and it was identified in him. And then, of course, it did not remain restricted to Kerala. And then the next sites where it got detected, the virus, the name of which is SARS-CoV-2, and the disease caused by it is COVID-19. So we started getting, aware about the presence of this virus in the country, but really we didn't have any idea was about the size of the problem. So knowing the epidemic was the task at hand at that given point in time. A little busy slide, this one is, but it's easy to follow. Right below is different phases of lockdown, and Professor Pritha Mukherjee referred to the lockdown, and China reported this, which is in green bar, following which Thailand was the country. But Thailand is not discussed much in today's world while we talk about the success. But if you really see carefully, that some of the Southeast Asian countries, for example, Vietnam, Korea, Thailand, they've really done well. Why so? That's very important for us to recognize. They actually learned from the past, occurrence of MARS and the use of masks. There was reference to the usage of masks as well. And they actually, and Japan also, incorporated it in their social healthy habits or related practices. Now, when evidence for human-to-human transmission came out, then WHO on the last day of January 2020 declared this as PHEIC, which is a public health emergency of international concern. And then by 11th March, WHO declared it as a pandemic. What India did, actually the travel advisory was issued, like where to travel, where not to travel, even before the testing got initiated at a large scale. And the lockdown which happened, that was in March. Even before that, India proactively started thinking about the role international travel could play and some bit of restriction that might be of help in the containment of this upcoming pandemic, because the enormity of the problem was not known fully or to the full extent by then. I would repeatedly go back to a phenomenon. This is on the left-hand side, the picture that you are seeing is an electron microscope picture of coronavirus. The artistic description that you come to see about a circular structure with a little bit of crowns, all around that circular structure. That's exactly what you are seeing on the left-hand side. And that's an electron microscope picture. And that's not from any textbook or from any other country, but it is generated by the National Institute of Virology, which is one of the permanent institutes of ICMR located in Pune. And they have contributed immensely in many scientific developments. But my point is not that. All of you are probably aware of it, that ICMR and the National Institute of Virology, along with other institutes of ICMR, have played a great role in terms of not only knowing the epidemic, but also in many other intervention measures. Although very recently I saw something circulating in the social media where ICMR was seen as an institute of a few peace-loving men and women doing research. So research here, the understanding about research and the understanding about public health are grossly deficit amongst a few of us. Research could contribute, actually, not only during the first wave, but also second wave, immensely. We'll see how. Now, these pictures that you are seeing, the whole thing is about isolating the virus and culturing the virus. But it would not have been possible if about, around 1950, 52, specifically, NIV, the National Institute of Virology, would not have been established. So the point I'm trying to make is that when a pandemic comes, or when a danger comes, be it at a country level, be it at a societal level, be it at a familial level, be it at the individual level, if we are not prepared, then it would be really difficult. It becomes very difficult for us to handle the challenge that we face. That's true, I guess, because the theme is well-being. So if we really, wish to be in a state of body and mind, which could be, termed well-being. Or for that, probably preparation needs to happen quite some time ago. And that's true. That's true, because when the challenge comes, we are confronted with it, then there is no time for preparing ourselves or making ourselves equipped to face the challenge. That's the point I'm trying to make. From the left-hand side, if you go to the right-hand side, the blue arrow that you are seeing in the form of an x-axis, initially, on the extreme left, you can see the travelers who have been tested, and slowly it was calibrated, and the test, I'm talking about the test for SARS-CoV-2, got expanded for the healthcare workers, and then SARI is severe acute respiratory infection symptoms, and patients who are coming with those symptoms, and the contacts, I mean the family members and even the contacts in the society, they were getting tested. So as you can see that the larger population groups and the different population groups were gradually brought under the folds of this testing ambit. And that was not possible if the viral research diagnostic laboratory network that ICMR established quite some time ago. So it takes us back to the old point that if something happens during the peacetime in a proper manner or in a systemic manner, then during the wartime, which is a pandemic, it is possible. Resilience comes from preparedness. And so the preparedness cannot happen while we are confronted with the challenge. So you see, the gradual expansion was possible because this is a viral disease, and there was a necessity of viral research, diagnostic laboratories, and that actually came handy because ICMR was able to do that. But it was not only the in-country activity, but setting up the laboratory in Iran outside the country was also possible, and that was necessary because there were, Indian nationals who got stranded there. So it was necessary for bringing them back. But India not only brought back the Indian nationals, but they helped other nationals as well. So that's the beauty of us. We do believe that it's not just for us that we live. It's as a society and as a global community, we need to do things, think through. Now, access and availability of testing. So that's the description of how did it all start. And while we come to this, again, this is something, when you don't to worry about the instruments that you are seeing here. The upper panel talks about the known machines. On the left-hand side, it is standard RT-PCR that has become a household terminology these days. COBUS is an instrument which is high throughput machine. It can do 1,200 or 400 tests in one go. The TrueNat machine and the CVNat machine and the Abbott machines, all these are like standardized tool for diagnosing bacterial infections or viral infections. That's not the purpose. The title, while I was writing this title, I tried to capture it. You won't believe, everybody wants to do something or contribute something for the containment efforts. But in that intention of helping, doing something so that the people suffering, sufferings get reduced, people also start believing that whatever they come up with, and scientists are no different, they come up with should go into the program. And there starts the whole conversation around discovery versus decision. Not that everything that is attempted come up with a high sensitivity and specificity, but scientists, policymakers, program planners, everybody get very restless because everybody is under stress. Everybody wants to contribute to the, the pandemic, the cause of the pandemic, and they want to really, but that's not the only intention. We have seen other intentions as well. But here, I want to focus my attention towards while we are under stress, sometimes we tend to lose our objective thinking that, okay, there is a discovery, but is it worth enough to go to the program because it is lacking sensitivity and specificity that is required for that particular test to be used? And I live with this on a daily basis. So I thought that I would use this platform to share some of my, what do you call it? I need to talk with somebody. So that's why I said that it's not just keynote speakers address, but it's also about some of the dilemmas that I face on a daily basis. Now, if you see that India still has, areas which could be divided or termed as large cities or urban areas, and there are district level facilities, which are very different from what is available. So you see on the right-hand side, lower panel, that's about the rapid antigen tests. And the second wave, I will come to that very quickly. But during the second wave, we realized that the spread is so fast. The RT-PCR facility, the reverse transcriptase polymerase chain reaction facility, that has reached its saturation. So rapid antigen tests can play a big role. So anybody who is symptomatic should go ahead and do a rapid antigen test. And if it is positive, that's fine. Even if it does not turn out to be positive, one should go for home-based isolation and care. And after 4 or 5 days, if you do the test, there is a possibility of being positive. But that's not the whole purpose. The purpose is to say that the changing nature of the epidemic demands that we change our decision as well in terms of the public health interventions or the practices. This particular map talks about something which was being used for diagnosing TB, tuberculosis. And that same approach of using the TrueNat and the CVNat, that's almost like a laboratory in a suitcase, and that was repurposed. So the point I will now share, also a little later, the National Serological Survey, which allowed us to see how many people were infected throughout India by SARS-CoV-2 infection and how many were susceptible. And who did this survey? Nobody has any clue. It's easy to criticize, but it is very, very difficult to appreciate. India was doing its tuberculosis survey after long 70 years because the multi-drug resistant tuberculosis was posing problem. Many people were dying, but then came, COVID-19. So while India just started its, TB prevalence survey after long 70 years, then came COVID-19. So everything came to halt. And while people were locked down, in their respective homes, the nation was under lockdown. The surveillance, the tuberculosis surveillance staff, they went out and did this survey by wearing PPE. And you cannot imagine how risky was this. And this was a national survey that was necessary because we had to know what is the magnitude of the problem. So you see, repurposing, why did I go there? Because you see, it is not just the repurposing of an instrument which was being used for tuberculosis or diagnosis of Nipah or leptospirosis, which is there written on the last bullet point. We repurposed ourselves. So at the individual level, I think it would be important for us to recognize what is our strength and how do we repurpose it. We use it for addressing crises and to come out of the crisis. That's what I'm trying to hint at. Now, in terms of the high throughput laboratories, I was talking about the COBAs. Now, they were there in different parts of the country, as you can see, these bullet points, 9 of them, and multiple RT-PCR tests. But how do we utilize them? So although they're situated in different states, the state and the central government coordination and the dialogue was necessary. So we saw that in some places they were being used very well, but in some places, I do not want to go necessarily into the details, but in some it did not actually get to its full utilization. And then there was this necessity of reaching out. So outreach was necessary and is still necessary because the static laboratories can have samples coming to the laboratory or people coming to get themselves tested. However, there are places where probably the mobile laboratories would serve better, and that was another response. All of these were in order to know how big was the problem and how deep did it spread in the country. Now, this is something which looks like a very scientific slide, but this coming down, these lines, the graph are coming down. This is actually indicating the costs of the tests coming down. Why? Because there was a centrally controlled mechanism. But in India, if we think that, well, no, nothing is going to hit us, and if the control on the test kits, the quality of them, all those are not done during the peace time, again, I'm saying, when the situation is stable, it will be really difficult, because not that everybody wants to contribute to the response. There will be unscrupulous people or businessmen. So, but it is very, very necessary for us to have a system in place that would not only allow the evaluation of the kits, but also a mechanism that would ensure that people are not exploited. Even if you do not, think about tests or talk about tests, all of you, I'm sure, are aware of remdesivir injection and the convalescent plasma, and people are running to acquire them, and people are also getting exploited. Okay. Now, private laboratories. When it comes to private laboratories, again, you can see the accreditation, of the laboratories is something which is neglected. Private laboratories did not come under the ambit of the quality control mechanism. Now, during lockdown, what was going on? Flights were going from one city to another, and I had to fly in one of those with the boxes and the consumable. I was picked up from Mumbai and I was brought to Delhi, and I'm still speaking with all of you and being at the ICMR headquarters. And that's exactly what happened. While nobody was moving, there were people, the pilots and the cabin crews, but most of the flights were empty. They would actually ferry the test consumables and procedures. So the point I'm trying to make here is that sometimes it becomes so necessary that we restrain ourselves in order to facilitate others so that the larger cause or the societal cause gets addressed. Now, this is very important. This is January 30th, and the top of it is January 2021. So this is the journey that we had, and the test capability of India actually improved over a period of time, which played a great role. And today we are capable of conducting 18 to 19 lakh per test. Of course, ICMR is not supposed to do the test and all of these, but somebody had to do it. And so we could do this. And now we know that how important was this. And now coming back to this whole issue of indigenous development, I was talking about the National Institute of Virology and the virus isolation and culture that allowed us to develop an ELISA test, which was used in the National Serological Survey, by which we knew what was the proportion of people in India throughout the country who were infected and what was the proportion that was vulnerable. So research oversight and dissemination was another thing for which we had the national task force constituted by people, the members there were from different streams, laboratory science, social science, behavioral science, a clinical background, and that actually on a regular basis looked into the evidence, not just Indian evidence, but global evidence, so that management protocols can be developed. Now, what you are seeing here is 3 volumes of IJMR, Indian Journal of Medical Research, which actually captures many development issues. And I'm sure that this is the 4th one, which you can all try access. This is very useful resource material. But if you look into the cover, this is actually a face mask. And this face mask, if you go to the Indian and COVID-19 part 4 of the IGMR, we wanted to highlight that face mask needs to be seen as something which is one of the great armamentarium in our war. And apart from that form of communication, there were press briefings, which you are familiar with, advisories from the ICMR, and also letters to different state level stakeholders. You need not to read the whole of them, but the 4th one is very, very important, because whenever there is a pandemic, everybody gets into panic as well. And it is necessary to know then what works, what does not work. Because out of anxiety and fear, people who try everything and anything. And we are still seeing that on a daily basis. This plasma therapy, which you are seeing here. And today, actually, there will be a national task force meeting in order to again re-examine and revisit. But why I'm highlighting this plasma therapy is this is a trial known as PLACID trial, PLACID, PLACID trial. That was an Indian trial, and that actually got published in British Medical Journal. That was a great contribution of India to the world, that it is very well done study. It was actually democratization of research. It was not done by the big names that come to our mind whenever we talk about treatment or care. And this very clearly underlined that convalescent plasma doesn't work. Similarly, India also participated in the Solidarity trial, which was a global trial. So the point I'm trying to make is that our openness to do studies with organizations, with people in the community is so very important. It's not a must that we have to go back to the known big names. And you'll realize that 39 to 40 hospitals all over India participated in this plasma trial, which generated this very useful information. Why? Once we know why these are important, why do we need to do these studies? Because until and unless we generate evidence, then people will be exploited in a very negative fashion in terms of by the unscrupulous businessmen, as I was referring to. But it is so very difficult, to do research during the time of the pandemic. And you need to go through the whole rigor of science. So probably the innovation and a newer way of thinking is what is required. And that is required at the societal level and at the individual level as well. How do we cope? So it's not just science, or it's not just research, but it's at every sphere of life where it is necessary. Actually, the pandemic poses this, or challenges us to have innovation, to examine our own, or to stimulate us to introspect. What did we do wrong with the environment? What did we do wrong with ourselves or with our society? I was talking about these epidemiological or surveillance studies. You won't believe the kind of questions I received from some of the journalists even. I'll come to that. And these were 3 rounds of national serological surveys. The 3rd round of it got, completed in January 2021. I received phone calls from the journalists when there were small city-based surveys from Pune, Baroda, and Delhi, saying that, well, Dr. Panda, are we not heading towards a good time and a good day? I said, why so? No, we have reached herd immunity. Majority of the people have become infected, so they have developed immunity. I said, okay, I don't know, but please let me know, where from did you get this information? They said, well, in Pune, in Baroda, in Delhi, 50% or 60% people have become infected. I had to ask them, oh, I was not aware that Pune, Baroda, and Delhi constituted India. So that's the problem. If we do small-scale studies and try to extrapolate it to the whole country, it is going to be wrong. But those kind of reports, and some of the experts also did not read the epidemic well. So there was an early inference that, oh, we are over. We have left over the epidemic. We have got over the epidemic and we have left it behind. So that's not true. As you will realize that there are 3 groups. We are talking about well-being. The central theme is well-being. The well-being also gets influenced by the context, social, political, and geographical, as well as epidemiological context. You see, in the urban slum, urban non-slum, and rural, there is a clear differential in terms of the prevalence of the disease. Where the population density was high, the disease prevalence was high. But if you go to the urban non-slum, where we are seeing now the progression of the epidemic in the 2nd wave, and then in the rural area, this was the infection. So when you are looking into looking towards these figures, 32%, 26%, and 19%, actually the other side of it is, 69% and 74% and 81%, which are vulnerable. So there are vulnerable populations who are not infected. So we have to create a situation where the mixing between the infected individuals and the susceptible individuals get inhibited or get somehow restricted. That's exactly the appreciation about the mask use. Now, amongst the healthcare workers, due to their occupational position, they were infected with a higher proportion. And that's actually the 3 rounds of serological survey time points. This is the second wave on the extreme right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, that's the first wave. And in the valley, we had to, we had to sort of slowly open up, because who likes to be, locked down forever or pushed inside a room and locked from outside? Nobody likes it. But well, it has to be a calibrated measure. Otherwise, we cannot afford to repeatedly get locked down and get into isolation of this kind. So the massive upsurge that we are seeing now, 42% of the districts have, more than national average test positivity rate, which is 20%. So we have to use more of rapid antigen tests. And despite the infection happening amongst the laboratory staff, that nobody talks about. Everybody is keen on, thinking about, of course, there is nothing wrong about thinking about oneself and family members, but those who are testing, your near and dear ones, they themselves are getting infected, but the performance was still going on. And that's the immense amount of stress. Nobody talked about their stress reduction at all. ICMR was at, of course, during the first wave at the central position, and still it is, but it was not just alone, which was able to do things. So there was, interdepartmental connectivity and collaboration. Vaccine story, all of you know, that's a matter of great pride, but now it's a matter of great crisis, which I will briefly touch upon. But India, for the first time, this is about the vaccine portal that ICMR has. You can get to this and acquire as much information as you wish. We try to update them, frequently. And these are the publications through which the whole world could recognize that animal studies, vaccine development, in all of these, and that too, within a short period of time, was possible for the Indian scientists to do, which was a matter of pride as well. Now, this is about the variant, and this actually indicates that the vaccine, here the experiment was with vaccine that was able to neutralize the variant, which was so-called UK variant. And we were hopeful that India has a great experience of vaccination program amongst children. And then there was this belief that we'd be able to vaccinate well. But what happened, there was this gap which got created between the supply and the demand. I'll draw your attention towards the left blue circle, which is AEA5, adverse event following immunization. And anxiety has, in my opinion, and I'm sure that some of you would also appreciate appreciate what I'm trying to say. Anxiety has 2 phases. We were anxious when there was no vaccine. And we became anxious again when there was vaccine, thinking to take or not to take, because there were opinions. And of course, opinion will always come, but that's exactly what I wanted to capture through this cartoon, where when there was no vaccine, we were anxious. But when the vaccine came in, and there were experts who thought that, there was a haste in terms of giving expedited approval. And unfortunately, we also wasted some of the vaccine doses, which from a public health perspective, or as a public health professional, I really feel very difficult to accept in a situation, in a pandemic, when the vaccines get wasted. So finally, I have come to the end of my slide. So although there are interventions, be it face mask use, be it vaccine, be it home-based care, which is available, and I am telling you that it is possible for us to be well, not only physically, but also mentally. Through home-based isolation and care, we can be with our near and dear ones. But then this is something from 100 years ago. there was anti-mask meeting. There was, anti-mask campaign, and they were sort of inviting people to gather and assemble to discuss why face masks should not be used. So just having a journal and a cover page like this won't work. Probably it has to be like, words of mouth spreading all over. This is the end slide, and I will read what is written on the left-hand side. The best match in the world will not light a candle unless the wick be first suitably prepared. So we have to prepare the wick, well, during the peacetime. So the preparedness for a pandemic, the preparedness for well-being, the preparedness is very, very important. And if my memory doesn't fail me, there was a saying by Rabindranath Tagore where he said, "Preparedness is thy name of civilization." Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. We have a few questions from our attendees. So the first question is, how effective is plasma therapy?
Well, as I said, the Placid trial, those who are interested, I will tell them, I'll request them to go to the British Medical Journal. That's openly downloadable. It is not at all useful. We had a great, hope on plasma, the convalescent plasma, the plasma collected from those individuals who got infected with COVID and became all right. So from them, if you get the plasma, the hope was that there will be antibodies in that plasma in a concentration that would help somebody who is acutely infected. I can tell you that convalescent plasma is not going to serve a great deal in terms of the management of COVID-19 infection. So as of now, convalescent plasma does not appear to be, and again, evidence coming from different parts of the world underlines the same. So I would say plasma therapy, convalescent plasma we are talking about, is not a good intervention tool or treatment modality.
Thank you, sir. So we have another question. Given that the virus has changed its nature in the second wave with further anticipated mutations and fear of children being affected in the third wave, what would ideally be the course of action at this point?
Very good question. But as we are talking about well-being, sometimes I tell my colleagues that what should we do should also be carefully thought through, because there is this message going out about third wave, and everybody is naturally anxious. Is it going to be a third wave? When? What intensity? So whoever talked about third wave said, I don't know when this third wave is going to come, but neither do I know what would be the intensity, but the children might get infected. So all of these are a possibility because during the flu, the pandemic, there were 3 waves. However, it is not inevitable that a third wave has to happen because it's all about the viral mutants. Of course, there are changes, the new mutants and the variants, which are transmission efficient. But anything that is transmission efficient need not be fatal, number one. Be it new mutant or be it the old circulating strain, all of them get transmitted to the same route of transmission. So if we stick to the time-tested, proven prevention strategy, we'll still be able to combat it. So it's not a must that a third wave needs to happen. So it's all an interplay between the mutants, the viral behavior, and the behavior of ourselves as a society and individual responsibility.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. One of our attendees have asked, sir, in light of whose conditional recommendation of remdesivir, what is the stand of ICMR on its usage?
Remdesivir injection now is known for sure that it could reduce the stay in the hospital. but remdesivir doesn't have any impact on the ultimate outcome in terms of death or the possibility of someone going to ventilator. So remdesivir, if given at the right point in time during the hospital, not too early in the treatment course, it is possible to reduce the duration of hospital stay. So utility of remdesivir is quite limited, and we should get guided by the data that is available, not by doing a panic and running all around, spending huge amount of money, which is not the price of medicine. Things are demanded much more than the actual price. So you should not fall prey to the exploitation.
Thank you, sir. So the next question is, sir, if you would kindly let us know, given ICMR worked so extensively, what went wrong or what was our limitation that there was this huge disparity of rate of infection between two waves? How do we ensure this same disparity doesn't get repeated in the next coming waves?
Very important question, I would say. We tend to believe that whenever there is a scientific evidence, people would listen to that. Unfortunately, that's not true. Scientists are not the most powerful people, unfortunately. So the point I'm trying to make is that the fourth issue of COVID-19 of IGMR that I showed, the cover page of which I showed during my presentation, clearly said that any mass gathering would facilitate the spread, number one. Number two, when you have huge number of susceptible population who will come in contact with infected individuals, there will be a chance of spread. So what we saw in the second wave is that many really large number of people got infected. And then the viral mutation also happened, which was more transmission efficient. So although the case fatality rate, the ability of the virus to kill was not that great, that high, but the transmission efficiency was high. So that's how we saw a second wave taking much bigger a peak, because there was lowering down of guards. So we put our face mask down, slowly things started opening up. So if we remember that until and unless we vaccinate ourselves by sufficient proportion, which is 70 to 80% of the society, we should not lower our guards down. So if we follow that principle of using masks in the family, using masks while going out, and also simultaneously getting ourselves vaccinated, together we will be able to avoid or avert the possibility of a third wave and again that huge surge.
Thank you, sir. So, there is another question. Ivermectin has been suggested as a COVID treatment in India's COVID management protocol, despite WHO warning against its use. Is it safe to use ivermectin?
Well, yeah, I can see that Dr. Vivek Benegal has raised his hand, but before I go to Vivek, I will answer this. Yes, Goa, the state of Goa has said that ivermectin should be used as a prophylaxis. Like if you use it, then probably you will not get infected, or even if you get infected, the infection will not be able to cause severe disease. That's chemoprophylaxis. The evidence which has been generated by All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Bhubaneswar, and also some African countries, those are all observational studies. So there is an indication, but there is no randomized controlled trial. So I would say that with the hope of getting protected, don't take ivermectin in such an amount, because there are, events of accidental death because somebody took ivermectin in large amount, or ivermectin which is used in animals or plants. So I would say that the evidence as yet has come out from the observational studies. So there is no randomized controlled trial. So the strength or the robustness of the evidence is not that great. And so we need to have our hope well balanced and we demands careful examination.
So Dr. Benegal has raised his hand. So you can unmute yourself, sir.
Hi,
Yes.
Sorry. Hi, Shamiron. Real pleasure to hear you again, see you again. And as usual, I'm really so happy to, go through your presentation. You made it so clear and so understandable. I have a slightly different question, and this question is from your perspective as a virologist. Somebody has asked me to start my video. So I mean, the question is that, a lot of the problems that we are seeing, whether it is cardiac or pulmonary, is related to not just the effects of the virus, but the inflammatory response to the virus. And this has been graphically brought to our notice as neurologists, as brain scientists, etc., in this Lancet article recently, which showed that 1 out of 3 people who had COVID, and especially severe COVID, went on to develop neurological or psychiatric disorders. And this is of very grave portent, I will say, because this is what is going to occupy us in the days to come. So one of the things is that, is anybody in India really looking at the long-term impact of COVID on the brain, on mental health? Because this will require, forming a cohort. This is a longitudinal study. This is not a 6-month study or a 3-month study. And so I wanted to know what your views were on this kind of thing that is happening and is slowly being reported in India. And B, is anybody doing anything on the research side?
Well, first of all, it's such a pleasure, Vivek, hearing your voices first and then seeing you, because you switched on your video a little later. So you deprived me of those few seconds of having a longer look of yours. But well, this particular question that you have posed is fantastic. What I say that COVID is characterized by 3 things. 1, it kills. Of course, it has the ability to kill someone. It has also the ability to leave some debilitating conditions on somebody, be it on the brain, heart, lungs, and other vital organs. And thirdly, we yet do not have any medicine to kill the virus, any medicine that directly acts against the virus. So all these 3 factors are called unmet medical needs. So, the second one is leaving something behind a bit crippled or a bit, debilitated in terms of the effects on the vital organs. So I say that 4 A's are very important, first of all, for the larger audience. And then coming back to your question, first A is to accept that you had, somebody, whoever had COVID. It is possible to have COVID. And second A is about acclimatization. So it takes time to come back to the normalcy. And third A is about getting associated with people who are successful COVID warriors in terms of coming out of the COVID infection. Fourth and last is to be mindful about the associated morbidities and to treat them. Now, Vivek, going to your question, I would say that no, nobody in my knowledge is following up a cohort where the neurological deficits or deficits of other vital organs as well are being studied. So it is necessary, very, very much necessary from NIMHANS and from other places. People should do it. And it is not about 3-month study or 6-month study, because this kind of debilitation, which is going to be encountered with the society at large, particularly by them who are left with long COVID, as it is called, the aftermath of COVID, requires or demands thorough examination and scientific objective study.
Thank you so much. We'll take this up with you offline also.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now over to our head of the department.
Dr. Panda, thank you so much, sir. It was wonderful listening to you. Your illustrations, your vibrancy were mind-blowing. You have a very busy schedule, we know, but the time you gave us, your participation, we are immensely thankful and grateful to you, sir. Hope we'll meet again physically.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I wish you all the best, and all my audience, I convey this message: stay safe and stay well.
Thank you once again, sir. Our next speaker today is Dr. Vivek Benegal. He will be speaking on the neurodevelopmental trajectories in the onset of the pandemic, future shock. Dr. Vivek Benegal, professor of psychiatry, trained as a psychiatrist and specialized in the area of addiction medicine. He was instrumental in setting up the current treatment services and the postdoctoral and super specialty training facilities at the Center for Addiction Medicine at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, NIMHANS, Bangalore. His special area of interest is in interventions for adolescent and young adults with addictive disorders, especially behavioral technology addiction and externalizing disorders, that is adult ADHD. Over the last 25 years, he has sought to explore the mechanisms through which exposure to environmental stressors throughout the developmental period, including maternal stage stressors, childhood adversities, neurotoxins, nutrition, and other social economic dynamics of health, interact with individual genetic programming to alter trajectories of brain development and acquisition of psychological abilities which underlie vulnerability, resilience to mental illness. Dr. Benegal received the Newton Bhabha Award to initiate the Consortium on Vulnerability to Externalizing Disorders and Addiction, CVEDA, one of the largest international neurodevelopmental cohorts following 10,000 youngsters across 8 sites throughout India. He is also involved in another large longitudinal study, the Accelerator Program for Discovery in Brain Disorders using stem cells, studying the mechanisms underlying severe mental illnesses. He has also co-led the National Mental Health Survey of India to collect data on the prevalence and incidence of mental disorders and on the use and need for services by the mentally ill in India. He has also led numerous studies on the epidemiology of substance use and its impact on public health and social cost in India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Abhishekta. Let me try and share my screen. Okay.
It's visible, sir. We can see the
Yeah,
screen.
so let me just bring it on to, right.
Yes.
So, I mean, today's talk is going to be, first of all, before I start, thank you from the psychology department of the Calcutta University for inviting me for this talk, and Professor Tilottama Mukherjee for personally guiding me through the requirements of this talk and giving me the broad canvas within which to work. Thank you so much, Tilottama. Let me try and see whether I can live up to some of the challenges that you put before me. So I thought I would, I mean, in view of the larger topic of refining well-being in the wake of the pandemic, I thought I would be a little speculative. I unfortunately am not going to be able to be as data rich as the earlier lecture by Professor Shomiran Panda. So in a sense, my talk is going to be about putting up ideas, which I hope people will be able to add to, which I hope people will be able to dispute. So I'm trying to put up a scaffolding because, as you realize, we are in the middle of a very, very dynamic situation. Everything is in flux, and it would be very difficult to be sure of where we want to go. In fact, it would be foolhardy to actually be able to sit and plan exactly what we want to do. So whatever we plan to do needs to be speculative, and I will you will find that note of speculation what I'm talking about. So I have titled my talk "Preparing for Anomie and Altered Neurodevelopmental Trajectories," because these are areas that I work in. As the introduction that Abhishekta read out tells you that I have been for some time now working on looking at how the human brain develops, how different factors affect normal and abnormal human brain development, which increases vulnerability or increases resilience to psychopathology. And it is in this context that I wish to put this talk. However, noting that there is this larger context of the COVID epidemic, the COVID pandemic. So the scope of the presentation will be, number one, to determine who needs help, and we will be talking about people who have had direct impact, people who are survivors, and people who have had indirect impact, the high-risk populations. The second part of my talk will focus on future shock, vulnerable populations, people who are going to develop problems, who are likely to develop problems in the future, and for whom we need to be prepared. I mean, this is not just the third wave or the fourth wave of the pandemic, but this is something further down the line. So I will talk briefly about the immediate rise in psychological, neurological sequelae, after the COVID pandemic. And I will also talk about the adverse exposomal impact, the adverse impact of environmental exposures on neurodevelopmental trajectories, which give rise to an exponentially growing burden in days to come. And I will end by thinking about interventions and coping strategies. And as I said, here I will I am most weakest in my arguments, because this is still a developing area. This is still an area where we are learning a lot. And a lot of it is a blank canvas. And I will talk a little bit about interventions with survivors, the vulnerable group, with help providers, and interventions required in the policy area and in research. To begin with, I must note that this topic was probably planned after the first wave, when we had declared premature victory, and so we were looking at an aftermath. In the bear hug of the current wave and the foreshadow of more waves to come, it's really difficult to discern the positives, as we are being exhorted to do. For two reasons. One is that events and discoveries are still unfolding, and there is a danger of premature focus. There's a danger of focusing on things which seem important now, but tomorrow will be, proved redundant. Also, there is an overwhelming need right now to focus on survival and psychological first aid. And most of us, either as clinicians or as people in civil society who are facing the day-to-day survival needs, thinking of what is going to come tomorrow seems a luxury. However, as healers and scientists and policy planners, we must believe that this too shall end, and we must look beyond. We need to be prepared for an aftermath, because there will be an aftermath. And after the physical, which we are grappling with, will come the mentally wounded, the long COVID syndromes, which will be followed by the prolonged COVID syndromes. So to begin with, the first question that I would like to ask today is, who should we focus on? And the answer really leaps on out of the page, because it's obviously the survivors of, that is, people who have had or have been impacted by COVID. So there are two groups here. One is people who are directly impacted and who require selective and indicated prevention or intervention. And these are people who have survived deaths of loved ones, losses, who have survived personal hospitalization, orphans who've lost parents. These are people who are suffering from long COVID syndrome. I will talk a little bit about it in slightly greater detail a little later on. There are also people who have suffered dehumanization because of the desperate search for beds, desperate search for oxygen. I mean, people are just searching for breath. I mean, this is such a craven situation. I mean, I don't think any of us have ever faced it in our lifetime. Search for medication, search for cremation, etc. And this really, in a psychological sense, it really casts a very long shadow. People who have suffered socioeconomic impact because of forced migration, unemployment, etc., etc. And a larger group, remember, this is actually a smaller group. The larger group is actually people who have had indirect impact. And for them, we require universal interventions or indicated interventions. These are people who have suffered vicariously or are suffering vicariously. And their pathology ranges from anxious foreboding to syndromal illness, of depression, anxiety, and various other mental health syndromes, PTSD, etc. And these are people who are facing civilizational challenges. For example, this whole concept of anomie, where there is a feeling of loss of norms and loss of reliance on the system. Then people who have had economic challenges, alienation, loss of employment, people who are losing survival resources. Then there are the disadvantaged, people who are aged, infirm, marginalized, the street population, etc., and the developmental impacts, people which I will call retardation. I mean, because these are children out of school whose education has been halted, people who have lost or developed, developmental adversities. Now, the picture on the right of my screen, actually shows that COVID, and there is a lot of data. I'm not going to go into the data. All of you are aware of it, that COVID has actually, the percentage of people who experience symptoms of depression, anxiety, and other psychiatric disorders has really surged amid the COVID pandemic. And this is, data from the UK and the US. But I am also sure that there is data from India, which unfortunately, lazily, I have not tried to find out. The other group, which really needs looking into, are healthcare workers and frontline workers. And these are people who are particularly affected by stress. And these symptoms are common in most catastrophic situations, such as post-traumatic stress disorder, burnout syndrome, physical and emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, dissociation, etc. Now, the epidemic presents additional peculiarities. For example, I mean, there are major stigmatizing attitudes towards healthcare workers who come in contact daily with people with infection. And up to 50% have suffered from acute psychological stress, exhaustion, and post-traumatic stress caused by the fear of contagion or infection to their family members and prolonged social isolation. There have been high level of what is called secondary traumatic stress disorder. This is the discomfort which is experienced when treatments are not available for all patients, and the professionals must select who can access them and who cannot. I mean, what gave us this right? How can we, bear this, what shall I say, this penalty? And surveys on healthcare workers in other countries who worked in COVID-19 wards showed high percentages of depression, anxiety, insomnia, and distress, as well as obsessions around constant fear of contagion, increased closure of the person, and reducing social relationships. All across the world, and this I'm sure is true for India as well, there are high scores, particularly among young women frontline workers. Remember that the majority of medical staff are actually composed of younger women who are more likely to be affected by anxiety, depression, distress, and concern about infecting families than those of older staff. Staff who are older than 50 years, for example, report increased stress due to patients' death, prolonged work hours, lack of personal protective equipment, etc., etc. And nurses, obviously, because they're more exposed, feel much more nervous compared to doctors. Now, one of the things that we do know from prior research on disasters and epidemics, we know that in the immediate wake of the traumatic experience, a large number of affected people will report distress, including new symptoms or worsening symptoms of depression, anxiety, insomnia, etc. Now, the good news is that most recover, though recovery can take some variable time. A notable fraction will go on to develop chronic symptoms which are severe enough to meet criteria for mental illness. For example, post-traumatic stress disorder, major depressive disorders, etc. Now, people who experience more severe stresses, exposure to the dead or dying, people with more prolonged disruptions, more chronic impact of the infection, are more likely to experience enduring symptoms. And this would really benefit from active intervention. And this is a group that we really have to worry about in the long term and in the aftermath. People are more likely to develop chronic or severe reactions with some of these risk factors. People who have poor social supports, people who have financial difficulties, food or housing instability, or a history of prior mental illness. And now this suddenly increases the number of people that we need to be able to cater to, because we are now, as Dr. Panda reminded us, that both infections as well as well-being is very strongly affected by social, environmental, and political positions of people in society. Now, there is this new term that we are hearing. These are called long COVID syndromes. And while long COVID syndromes are things which are generally been talked of in the context of lung problems or heart problems, we know that while most people are dealing with more mental health issues than usual during the pandemic, the anxiety and stress that come with a COVID diagnosis is significant, even for those who recovered. But in addition to the hallmark symptoms of COVID infection, fever, cough, shortness of breath, about 1/4 of the people who have developed an infection experience symptoms related to the brain and nervous system. These include dizziness, headache, debilitating fatigue, or brain fog, that is cognitive impairment, trouble remembering, trouble learning, and trouble concentrating. While these symptoms usually tend to go away once somebody recovers, some COVID survivors report that they experience long-lasting, long-term effects, even longer than 6 months, which is the maximum that most people have been studied. Neurological symptoms, and this is important to remember because I will keep coming back to this over and over in my presentation, are likely explained by the body's widespread inflammatory response to infection and associated blood vessel injury, and not by infection of the brain tissue itself. In fact, day before yesterday, there was another paper I forget, I think in the New England Journal of Medicine, which again pointed to the fact that most of the brain symptoms, most of the psychiatric symptoms were being caused by inflammation and not by direct viral damage to brain tissue. And this is important to remember in the context of this presentation. The Oxford group has recently investigated this. This is at the beginning of this month. There was a paper in the Lancet Psychiatry which found that while investigating neurological and psychiatric aftermath of COVID-19, which occurred within 6 months after the index event, or within 6 months after people fell ill, this was data taken from a large electronic health records network of more than 81 million patients. They found that patients with a confirmed diagnosis of COVID-19, which is around 2 million plus, was compared to matched control cohorts with influenza and control cohort with any respiratory tract infection. They found that 1 in 3 people who survive COVID are diagnosed with a neurological or psychiatric condition within 6 months of being infected. 1 in 3 people. Digest that. That's a huge number, right? And all this while we were worried about the immediate problems related to COVID. Digest the fact that 1 in 3 people who go through COVID will have neurological or psychiatric symptoms. And if you see that the most prominent symptoms from the neurological side are intracranial hemorrhage, strokes, Parkinsonism, and from the psychiatric side, that conditions like dementia, mood, anxiety, or psychiatric disorder, which occur for the first time, substance use disorder occurring for the first time, insomnia occurring for the first time after COVID infection. Now, these disorders, whether it is the psychiatric disorders or the neurological disorders, seem to be more prominent among people who had hospitalization, who required oxygen therapy, and who had a longer hospitalization. And this slide actually says the same thing, that the incidence and hazard ratios are greater in patients who require hospitalization, especially ICU admission, or who go on to develop encephalopathy. However, the risk of neurological and psychiatric diagnosis also increased even in patients who do not require hospitalization. And that is bad news indeed. As with neurological outcomes, even psychiatric sequelae appear widespread and persist up to and beyond 6 months, right? Compared with neurological disorders, the common mental disorders, mood and anxiety, show a weaker relationship with COVID-19 severity in terms of incidence. So part of it, it is speculated, is related to psychological implications of the diagnosis rather than direct manifestations. And this paper also repeated the assertion that the potential mechanism include viral invasion of the central nervous system and neural effects of the immune response. There have been other papers, for example, recently, which show that COVID-19 alters the gray matter volume in the brain. And this occurs in very significant areas in the frontal temporal network, which is very, very important in terms of not just anxiety and depression, but the frontotemporal network is implicated in a large number of psychiatric disorders, including schizophrenia, post-traumatic stress disorder, etc. In fact, there have been a large number of studies. I'm not really going into these studies. I could take them up if anybody is interested, but there have been a large number of studies in the last 1 year which have shown that brain structure, brain function, the metabolism of the brain, activity of the frontal and temporal lobes have been affected or are affected by COVID-19. Now, this has major implications for people in the mental health field, because obviously COVID-19 is going to give rise to a whole host of neuropsychiatric syndromes. So the question is, as we were saying, who should we focus on? And the second group, the first group I talked about, were people who were survivors, who had direct impact or who had indirect impact of exposure to COVID infection. But the second group, and this is the group that mostly, most occupies my mind, because this is the area of work that I am involved in for the last 30 years, is people who are at high risk. That is a vulnerable population. And of this, young people, children, we are keeping on, you would have read in the papers, seen pronouncements, and even Dr. Panda talked about a third wave, which would affect children because they are the least protected. And yes, at one level, children, because they are least protected from infection, are more likely to develop infections in third or fourth waves. But also spare a thought for adolescents and young adults whose education has been halted, who are part of the workforce whose work has been halted, and who are now forced to run from vaccination center to vaccination center, trying to game the CoWIN app, somewhat like a vaccination Hunger Games. You remember the Hunger Games movie, where in a future dystopian nightmare, young people had to run to get help, and only the richer and the more IT sophisticated ones were surviving. And this is something that young people are also having to face. The second group of young people are people who are going to develop or have neurodevelopmental costs of COVID. Its indirect impact and the larger exposomal costs of climate change and economic growth. Let me talk about this in slightly greater detail, because what I'm going to try and talk about in the next couple of minutes is how COVID and this experience of the stress of COVID and the vicarious stress due to COVID is likely to affect the neurodevelopment of young people, and which then worsens their cognitive or psychological abilities to deal with their day-to-day challenges, and therefore increasing vulnerability to psychopathology. Side by side, it is important to remember that this COVID is not occurring of its own. And the previous speaker also referred to it. And, you know, the other speakers before that also referred to it. That remember, COVID is occurring on the background of rampant economic growth, population pressures, and climate change. And these are the drivers for relentless waves of natural and man-made disasters and pandemics. So while we talk about the danger at hand, the tiger who is in front of us, we must not forget that this is occurring in a larger context, and we can never really, we will only be doing, you know, short-term treatments if we really do not take cognizance of the larger context. So let me spend a little bit of time on vulnerable populations, because this is really the group which is going to occupy our concern in the aftermath, in the longer aftermath of the pandemic. And these are people who are going to be affected by social, psychological, and neurodevelopmental outcomes of adverse exposures. I'm going to talk about three things. I'm going to talk of the concept of anomie in people who are economically displaced, unemployed, impoverished, and indeed all of us. I'm going to talk about adverse childhood experiences, and I'm especially people, you know, children, for example, who are orphaned, out of school, brutalized by what is happening around us. And I'm also going to talk about toxic exposome and neurodevelopmental continuum disorders. See, one of the things that has happened in the pandemic is that there has been a breakdown of social norms, and there has been a loss of the normal rhythms of daily life and life course. Side by side, because we are not able to live life as we know it, because we are not able to take for granted, you know, whether we will get a hospital bed or whether we will get oxygen, or indeed whether we, you know, our near and dear ones will get a space to get cremated. You know, there has been a loss of belief in established systems and in the state to take care of its ability to take care of its citizens, provide services, maintain law and order. Side by side, there's been a loss of norms and the rituals of living and dying. There is no certainty. There is no predictability of life or death or well-being. And side by side, there is what is called disaster capitalism. Disaster capitalism is where, you know, governments across the world push in pro-capitalist interventions and modifications, and this ultimately worsens inequities, social inequities, and civil liberties. This gives rise, as was noted almost 100 years back, to a condition called anomie. Anomie and mental health. Anomie is a societal condition due to disintegration or disappearance of the norms and values and breakdown of institutions that were previously common to the society. And these disruptions occur because of a loss of social ties, attachment to a coherent social reality, and to physical space, right? Which something which is happening, you know, all over India and all over the world right now. Anomie gives rise to the motivation towards self-harm, antisocial, and even paradoxically pro-social behaviors to escape this social pain. And anomie theory suggests that these people in society who aren't able to reach the societal norms in the lawful way will feel a strain and use alternate means of getting things. And one of the things, and some of the problems that occur in the wake of anomic situations are things like increased violence, increased depression, anxiety, substance use, mental illnesses, and the search for strong leaders. And this is the future shock that I have been referring to, because this is a future shock which we have already started experiencing. The second thing that I wanted to invoke is this concept of adverse childhood experiences. Adverse childhood experiences, which are a whole host of things, like it could be violence, loss of means, loss of resources, etc. These experiences influence health and well-being throughout the lifespan. And adverse childhood experiences have been associated with earlier onset of major psychiatric conditions. And this is work that we've also done. In fact, if you go back historically, you find that people have noted that neuropsychiatric syndromes seem to occur in greater measure in the aftermath of viral pandemics. If you go back to the 1918 epidemic, the sudden nature of the 19 pandemic meant that children who were born just months apart, 1918 to 1919 or 1918 to 1920, had very different conditions in utero. So 1919 births are more exposed to influenza in utero than children born in 1918 or 1920. And many people tested for these long-term effects. And this is can be read in an article called "Is the 1918 Influenza Pandemic Over?" However, recently, people went back to this data and looked at male disability rates in 1980 for males who were around 60 years, but who had been born in and around the 1918 pandemic. And what they found was that when children who were in utero at the height of the pandemic had 20% higher disability, even at the age of 61, that is in 1980. So the shadow of these pandemics on disability, especially on cognitive functioning, on ability to do their job properly, etc., is very, very long. It casts a very long shadow. For example, children who survived the epidemic of encephalitis lethargica in 1917-1918 and the pandemic of influenza in 1919-1920 displayed behavioral problems which led to the discovery of minimal brain damage, which everyone knows is the post-encephalitic behavior disorder, which led to then the discovery of the concept of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Similarly, disorders like schizophrenia have been discussed in the context of viral infection during the period of neurodevelopment. So why am I talking about this? Because these are conditions which we are faced with at the current moment. And therefore, when we look at the aftermath, we really need to worry not just about the immediate aftermath, 6 months, 1 year, 6 years, 5 years. We really need to look at the aftermath in the next 50 years or the next 60 years. And here I would like to present some of the data which we are collecting as part of this particular longitudinal study that we have been conducting, which has been funded by the Indian Council of Medical Research and the Medical Research Council UK. And this is an accelerated longitudinal cohort study of about 10,000 children, adolescents, young adults from 6 to 23 years across 8 sites in India, which is trying to examine the interaction of environmental exposures, that is the exposome, through the developmental periods, perinatal, childhood, adolescent, adult, and how environmental exposures interact with the genome in order to shape neurodevelopmental trajectories, that is the trajectories of growth the growth trajectories or developmental trajectories of brain volume, brain connectivity, and brain functions, which underlie the psychological abilities that children acquire over time to respond to multiple environmental demand, and how these then lead to vulnerability or resilience to both externalizing and internalizing psychopathology. Now, what we are finding is that the most influential predictors of both externalizing and internalizing behaviors in adolescence is, are difficulties in parenting, involvement, inconsistent disciplining, poor monitoring, difficulties in attachment in childhood, difficulties in school climate, and the physical environmental exposures. I want to really focus on the physical environmental exposures because that is very germane to the next few slides that I'm talking about. And we are finding that neighborhood living characteristics in terms of water, sanitation, toxic exposures to fuel, tobacco smoke, traffic smoke, pesticide exposure, noise, etc., appear to very strongly influence how brain development occurs and increase the risk for externalizing and internalizing disorders in adolescence and adulthood. This is a slide that I have borrowed from a young colleague of mine who is doing it as part of his PhD thesis. And we find that adverse childhood experiences, if you look at the x-axis, you will find increasing adverse childhood experiences, cause an increase in externalizing psychopathology. This people who are genetically more prone, that is the red group, are at much higher risk of developing greater psychopathology when faced with childhood adversity. Similarly, in the second slide, you find that children who are genetically predisposed, everybody has a higher risk of greater substance use in adolescence and young adulthood, increasing with increasing adversity. But children who are genetically predisposed, who have greater family history, are at much higher risk. Another result from this particular study showed that early adversity alters stress response through epigenetic modifications. So children who are faced with early adversity, and this is a whole host of adverse circumstances during their developmental period, have blunted cortisol response in response to stress. And this blunted cortisol response prevents them from responding to stress in adolescence and adulthood. And this is associated with epigenetic modifications. In other words, this probably occurs because of changes in the switching on or switching off genes, and are not related to mutations in the known genes which subserve these activities. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is that exposure to these environmental stressors appears to switch on or switch off genes, change gene expression, and then change the way the normal trajectories of brain development occur, which then change these children's psychological abilities, which underlie vulnerability to disease. Similarly, there are other papers that have come out from our group which show that white matter maturation is moderated by socioeconomic status and childhood adversity. This particular slide shows that children with higher adversity, childhood adversity, had lower or poorer corpus callosum or white matter integrity than people with lower adversity. And this was a moderating influence on socioeconomic status. So people with lower socioeconomic status had much lower white matter integrity. So net, what am I trying to say here? What I'm trying to say is children who grow up in lower socioeconomic status backgrounds appear to have poorer or more delayed brain development. And this is moderated or worsened by childhood adversity, which then again influences their risk for vulnerability to psychopathology in later age. And similarly, this is another paper that we are bringing out, which shows that exposure to subthreshold arsenic in rice and in groundwater also delays brain development. Net, what the point I'm trying to make in the last 3 or 4 slides is that changes or harmful changes in the neurodevelopmental circumstances or exposures to the environment in childhood and adolescence appear to strongly influence the development of the brain, and this underlies differences in psychological abilities which occur in these children, which influences whether they are vulnerable to or resilient to psychopathology in adolescence and adulthood. Why am I talking about this? And before that, let me just go over this slide. That inflammation seems to be a common factor. When I talked about inflammation earlier, the people who are noting, problems or neurological problems and psychiatric problems in the aftermath of COVID, in the long COVID syndromes, are invoking inflammation as a factor. COVID causes inflammation, and inflammation has the potential to disrupt neurotransmission. One must remember that when we are talking about changes which occur longer term, neurodevelopmental changes, we are also invoking this kind of inflammation that occur because of environmental stresses. Stress of any kind seems to set off a chain of inflammation, which then causes changes in gene expression. So chronic activation from persistent stress and exposure can contribute to inflammatory responses in the brain, and this has been implicated in stress-related depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, head trauma, etc. So the picture I'm trying to draw before you is that some of the conditions that are occurring during the COVID pandemic will not only affect people in terms of the psychological impact of having to face the death, destruction, and the vicarious, anxious foreboding, but these will also affect, because of a whole variety of changes that are occurring in psychological function, in social function, in political functioning, these will affect the eventual neurodevelopment of children who are living through their neurodevelopmental period in this time, and this will affect in large measure their vulnerability or resilience to psychopathology. Or in other words, we are looking not just a tsunami of COVID, we are looking towards a tsunami of psychopathological conditions in the next 40, 50 years to come. How do we unwind this? What do we need to do to be prepared for this future shock? And that is question number 2. So this section, we will talk about, what we need to do to deal with this future shock, what we really need to do with this pandemic. And remember that in this and the next section, I'm going to be very, very speculative, as I promised to in the beginning. One is, we need to be prepared for the immediate and near-term rise in neurological and psychiatric disorders. 2, we need to be prepared for the adverse impact of exposomal challenges on neurodevelopmental trajectories, which underlie psychological abilities and influence resilience or vulnerability to psychopathology, as I have talked about in the earlier section. But while I say that, may I also temper my comments, which seem all doom and gloom, that we also need to learn to harness current strengths and the inventiveness and pro-social outcomes which are occurring and will continue to occur in the aftermath, because we also are aware, and this is something that a previous speaker reminded us of, that adversity encourages pro-social behaviors. And, and it actually improves group strengths. Adversity encourages invention, and you can see that happening in the field of vaccines, medicines, communication platforms, oxygen scrubbers, which are modified from space stations and from space programs. Adversity also encourages reconstruction and disobedience of accepted grammar, and changes to systems and therapies which are likely to occur, but of course, if we are willing to push them. So the final section is, can we start or can we begin to think of solutions? And may I warn you that I'm only trying to open a discussion here. I'm hoping for contributions and disputations. This is not, all pervasive, and this is not necessarily, right. So we can look at a matrix of risk and potential interventions. If you look at this matrix, you will find that there are, in the language of prevention, there are tertiary interventions, secondary interventions, and primary interventions. And the population consists of people who require indicated intervention, that is immediate intervention because they are immediately affected and directly affected, people who are selective, at risk, and universal interventions to the entire population as a whole, because in pandemics and disasters like this, it's not just individual sufferers, but the population as a whole is affected. And if you see, I will go into some detail in the next few slides. The survivors, for example, require indicated intervention with psychiatric first aid, screening, step care. Healthcare workers require treatment for their depression, anxiety, burnout. People who are high risk, that is children, adolescents, elderly, displaced, they require selective interventions and universal interventions. For example, survival information, coping skills, positive psychology interventions, etc., need to be given to people, the larger population. Let me, this is a confusing matrix. I made this matrix more to make sense of it to myself. Let me go into the next few slides in a slightly greater detail. One of the matrix of risk and potential interventions require focusing on survivors. And remember, people who are surviving, people who are dealing and grappling with living and dying, cannot be put through complex psychological maneuvers. And the first thing to offer is psychological first aid using supportive therapy principles. It is important to validate their experience. And there are dangers of premature positivity or positive reframing when so to a certain extent, what I'm saying is that while positivity is good, while invoking the need to be positive is understandable, sometimes it can be counterproductive, especially in people who are immediate survivors. We need to be able to respect their experience. We need to be able to validate their pain. Otherwise, you're just insulting them. We need to provide information. We need to provide support and structures, and this is more of a directive intervention that is required. And on the right-hand side, there is a slide which shows some of the steps which are required in psychological first aid. For survivors also, it is very important that they are connected to means of survival, that they get proper verified information and they get access to help providers. And we need to create resilience toolkits, and resilience toolkits basically are information which will give them information to coping or survival skills, valid information about the illness, how to deal with it, access to information, some limited self-screening, and this needs to be widely disseminated, through media, social media, online, through civil society, through NGOs who are currently extremely hobbled. So also, to a certain extent, they need to be directed towards pro-social groups which are working in this area, not necessarily for support, but also the fact that survivors often, after they go through their experiences, have very rich experiences and rich learning which they can then pass on to other people who are also suffering. It is important to look for substance use disorders, suicide, and other psychopathology in this population. The second level is focused care for persistent, severe or syndromal problems. Remember, a lot of the survivors will self-heal, will get better after some time. But a small but significant proportion will develop persistent, severe or syndromal problems. And for them, what is required is a system of screening, brief intervention and referral to treatment, which is tied to a stepped care model of treatment. Now, this is very easy to say, but the stepped care model of treatment is non-existent in India. It was non-existent to begin with. And currently, with our treatment systems, scattered to the winds, it is much more difficult to access. But we need to build stepped care systems of treatment, and we need to be able to ensure access to this in the future, in the aftermath. Pharmacological and psychological as well as physical interventions may be required for this group. Group therapies are very useful, and survivor groups might be very useful in the future. We need to empower people. Remember, our first duty is to create and strengthen systems. But when systems fail, as they are now, we need to empower people. The growth of civil society movements, which have been amplified by social media, is a very interesting phenomenon, which occurs in the aftermath of wars, destruction, tsunami, etc. But now you see that these have been amplified by social media, and this is a movement that needs to be harnessed. Of course, access to treatments, access to vaccinations, etc., need to be also empowered. Some reference texts I would like to point you towards, and these are 3 texts which have been released very recently. One is the NIMANS guidelines for general medical and specialized mental health care settings. There is the ICMR document for psychosocial counseling for COVID-19 positive families. And there is a manual for healthcare professionals in dealing with support for bereavement. And these are available on their respective sites. And I have actually pointed to the URLs in the last slide. So if anybody is interested, they could go to that. The second population that we need to think of solutions is the vulnerable populations. And these need to be developmental stage specific, resilience skills, parenting, teacher skills, again, following an SBIRT model aimed at parents, teachers, maternal child health, interventions, pediatricians, child welfare groups, etc. Along with this, there are some newer preemptive treatments and early interventions which are being looked into. I shall not go into detail. And side by side, one cannot forget that all these occur in a larger universe, and improvement in sustainable developmental goal targets need to be focused on with great alacrity in the near future. We cannot, as Dr. Somiran was talking about, the fact that in the middle we forgot about strengthening our systems. We forgot about strengthening our health systems. We forgot about strengthening our research systems. We forgot about strengthening our civil society, shock absorbers. We cannot afford to do so in the future. We need to work with healthcare providers. And as healthcare providers, we need to collect, create, and share resources, information and interventions for both universal as well as indicated and selective intervention. We need to collect these. We need to collate these. Most of us as healthcare providers are sometimes so taken up and taken up by our own private belief systems or our private schools of psychotherapy, etc., that we often neglect to look at the larger universe. I think the time for that has passed, and we really need to be able to collect all that could be helpful for people and be able to pass those on. We need, as mental health professionals, we need to reskill ourselves, and also skill shift. Remember, the large proportion of people really do not require our individual attention. We need to be able to shift these skills to people, who are frontline workers, other healthcare workers, civil society, or even self-help mechanisms using accessible platforms of sharing and delivery. We need to make lists of verified and willing treatment providers. I mean, for example, I'll give you an example. If I were to send a patient, or I was to send a person with difficulties to somebody in Calcutta, I do not have a list of people to refer to. I mean, you don't have a list of people to refer to somebody in Delhi. I mean, in fact, you probably don't have a list sitting in Calcutta. You probably don't have a list of people to refer to in Malda. So we need to make these lists of verified and willing treatment providers and share them. We need to collaborate to build a stepped care delivery model for mental health care, which is what I talked about. We need to keep records which are shareable. As you realize, I'm not going into great details, just bullet pointing here. Happy to go into these if anybody's interested. And we need to also influence policymakers and the executive. Remember, let me quote Rudolf Virchow, who's the founding father of social medicine and the precursor of modern public health, who said medicine is a social science and politics are nothing but medicine on a larger scale. So we need to influence policymakers and executive bodies to build robust public health care delivery systems with prominent mental health components as laid down in the National Health Mission. And we need to learn from international best practices. We need to follow sustainable developmental goals and the goal of socioeconomic equity. It's a big and abstract thing to say, but there are certain doables that we need to really follow. And on a larger scale, remember that pandemics, etc., are outcomes of climate change, and we need to have related mental health interventions because this will be required in years to come. You will require mental health interventions for the people of the Sundarban Islands, where the water level is creeping up and they will be made homeless. You will need to be ready to prepare for people in the hills who, as it happened in Rudraprayag day before yesterday, whose homes are being washed away in flash floods. And this is not divorced from the pandemic. This is part of a larger whole. And finally, we need to look at research and development. And this is something that I asked Professor Panda earlier. We need to look at longitudinal studies because the aftermath is not 5 years. The aftermath is 50, 60, 100 years. And we need to look at longitudinal study of COVID-related adversities and COVID infection, inflammation, or neurodevelopmental trajectories, perhaps using existing cohorts, perhaps creating newer cohorts of children who were born before and during these turbulent times. We also need to set up sentinel surveys of COVID and neuropsychiatric consequences. And we also need to study and use novel electronic and social media platforms for ecological momentary assessment and digital mental health and ecologically relevant smartphone health assessments and treatments. And finally, we obviously need to look at our treatment methods, to look at the efficacy of our treatment methods, as well as explore newer treatment methods. I will end with the lines from a book which was a favorite of mine, which was The Tale of Two Cities, where Charles Dickens says, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness, it was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity, it was the season of light, it was the season of darkness, it was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. We had everything before us, we had nothing before us. We were all going direct to heaven, we were all going direct the other way. And yes, it is the worst of times, and it, in a way, hopefully it is also the best of times in terms of invention and some of the positive things that human beings do when faced with problems. Thank you. I will end there. My last slide is some suggested reading, and this could be shared. I'm happy to take questions now or online later, whatever.
Thank you so much for that insightful discussion, sir. We actually have received a lot of questions and we do have time in hand. So if it's okay with you, can we ask them now?
Sure. There's only
Yes, sir.
one that I can see in the question and answer.
Yes, sir. So should I read it out?
Basically, one is talking about, based on numerous studies, the person is asking, the vulnerable group keeps shifting. First, it was the elderly and the middle-aged adult with comorbidities. Now it's children, etc. Yeah. So basically, here you're talking about the vulnerable group for infection, right? So initially, we thought that the most vulnerable group were people who were elderly because they had poorer immune functioning and would not be able to resist the infection. And this was right, because that is exactly what happened in Europe when the first wave hit Europe, and a lot of the elderly died, got infected and died. And therefore, the first thing was to actually try and vaccinate the elderly, protect the elderly and vaccinate the elderly. And it is now thought that because the elderly have been vaccinated, the younger and middle-aged adults who are the workforce and who keep going out are the ones who are getting infected and are currently in this particular phase being hit the most. And once these have been vaccinated, when that happens, one can only speculate. The younger people who have not got infected will become the most vulnerable. But this is in terms of vaccination, right? This is a limited point. I'm making a larger point. I am making a larger point in terms of vulnerability of people who, because of this larger vicarious exposure, are having anomie, and this is known to cause a whole host of psychopathology. We will have to deal with those. We will have to be prepared to deal with those. So it's not just the survivors and the immediate survivors and the indirect survivors. It's a much larger burden we have to prepare for. And I am talking of people who will be affected in their neurodevelopment and who will then go on to cause psychopathology for the next 50, 100 years. And which is a very, very huge burden, and we will have to be prepared for that. So when I'm talking of vulnerability, I'm talking of potential vulnerability of this kind, not necessarily people who are vulnerable to the COVID pandemic. The COVID pandemic will last for 5, maybe 10 years. I'm talking of the next 50 to 100 years. Okay, so yeah, so doom and gloom. But yes, I mean, it also, like I said, is the best of times because it's teaching us so much about neurodevelopment. It's teaching us so much about interventions, etc. And I hope that in time to come, we will be prepared to handle these. But, what the mind does not know, the eye cannot see. So that was question number 1.
Thank you. So we have another question by one of our participants. Is there any psychometric scale available, or should we develop one to measure the after effects of COVID-19 for even the average population, because they have been facing a lot of shock and anxiety and trauma?
Okay, so there are a number of scales. I mean, I know of the WHO scale to start with, I mean, which you could use. None of these scales are comprehensive, in that there are some which deal with anxiety, depression related to COVID. There are some which focus on the economic aftermath and problems related to the economic and social problems and how you dealt with it, etc. But there are quite a few. And in fact, we've been trying to put together some. I mean, we were expecting to go ahead and do the next version of the National Mental Health Survey, and we put together a very brief survey to look at COVID, the impact of COVID. But unfortunately, right now it's very difficult to go out into the population and do any household survey. But there are many of these, and you can easily look them up. They're mostly available on the net. There are things which are made by the European Union. So you just have to go to the internet and search for something which is suitable to your purposes. There are some 200 of these.
Thank you so much, sir. So the next question is that sleep patterns of individuals who have recovered from COVID-19 have been affected. They are not able to get enough sleep. So what are the ways that we can deal with this?
Yeah. So this is a very prominent casualty of COVID, along with the loss of smell and taste. And this is one of the reasons why people suspect that COVID-related inflammation is affecting the brain very prominently. Now, one of the worst things to do is to actually use benzodiazepines or sedative medicines to deal with insomnia, especially for people who are suffering COVID. Because remember, it also blunts respiration. So it's actually very dangerous to give sedatives or benzodiazepines to people with COVID infection. However, I mean, under medical care, people do give, but then, there needs to be ongoing medical monitoring. However, for most people, sleep hygiene principles, common sleep hygiene principles. If you want, I'll go into details, but I'm sure everybody knows about sleep hygiene. Common sleep hygiene principles are useful, and those are things which need to be taught to people and made available so that people can access it.
Thank you, sir. One of our participants have asked that does cultural and ecological factors have any say in post COVID-19 impact, or is it universal?
By cultural, if you mean Bengali versus Tamilian, probably not. But which is why I talked of the exposure. And socioeconomic status, employment, migration, difficulty in childhood adversity, etc. These very strongly impact. So what really impacts is stress and chronic stress. So I really am at a loss when you ask about cultural, because I'm not sure I understand the question very well.
Thank you, sir. One participant has asked that I think neuron control and coordination will change as they get adapted to this vulnerable stressor environment. So if you could kindly shed some light on that.
If you're talking about responses to COVID, yes, like the influenza virus, and our responses to the influenza virus changed, our responses to the COVID virus will also change over time. And over the multiple waves, over time, in about 50, 100 years, this will be like the common cold, perhaps, or the flu attacks. But it's not changing in a hurry. But I think the question also alluded to the fact that neurodevelopment and how neurodevelopment is affected or influenced by environmental exposures, whether that will change. Yes, that will definitely, and is definitely, as we speak, changing our brains as we grow. I mean, the most classic example is learning. You multiply, you do 13 times table 25 times, it changes your brain. But it changes your brain much more permanently when there are chronic stressors which occur, there are chronic changes which occur in your living conditions, and these change your brain structure and function, and which then in turn change your psychological abilities, which in turn influence your ability to deal with stress, making you less likely or more likely to decompensate and have psychopathology. And yes, these two will change, but those are evolutionary changes. I don't know. This one was, I'm not really happy with my answer because this was really vague. But I mean, if you haven't understood, you come back with a corollary.
Thank you, sir. So one last question, that is, this does excessive hand washing that during COVID that we're already advised to do have any impact on health for individuals diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder who already have a hand washing compulsive behavior?
It's very strange. And here I don't have really any data. There is data to show that this compulsive not compulsive, this need to wash your hands, etc., can cause obsessions about contagion and cleanliness in people. However, on the other hand, my good colleague, Professor Janardhan Reddy, who is one of the leading experts on obsessive compulsive disorder in this country and internationally, assures me that there is no increase in the number of people with hand washing complaints, etc., and indeed no increase in the number of people who are coming with OCD to the clinic. Now, there is a caveat to that. One is that there are not many people coming to the clinic because of travel restrictions, and this can only be seen in the fullness of time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I would now like to call upon our head of the department, Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Benegal. Finally, our discussions which took place before this presentation have culminated into a wonderful, insight-giving, thought-provoking presentation. We got wonderful feedback about your talk in the YouTube also, which I'll share with you. We are immensely grateful from the Department of Psychology, Calcutta University, for your time and giving us some directions of future research, and hope we can work together also in this direction in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and everybody, please stay safe and look after your near and dear ones.
That brings us to the end of this session. We will now have a short break, during which we will display to you a few recorded cultural performances and a photo story. Our next session was scheduled at 2 p.m. with Professor Nandita Chaudhary, but unfortunately, ma'am will not be able to join us today. Our next lecture will resume at 3 p.m. with Dr. Bhishmadev Chakravarti. Meanwhile, we will present to you a few performances. The first video is a dance recital, Ganesh Vandana, performed by two students of the 4th semester of the MSc Psychology at University of Calcutta. The first half of the stotra is performed by Ms. Disha Kormukar and the second half by Ms. Shreyoshi Datta, followed by a song performance by Moitri Sengupta. We then have another dance recital, Shiv Vandana, performed by Debaroti Banerjee, and a short video that will take us down the memory lane, made by Urmimala Ghosh and Afrin Mazik. We shall begin right away. Please stay tuned. Thank you.
गानाय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्पाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
আহা মাঝে মাঝে তব দেখা পাই চিরদিন কেন পাই না মাঝে মাঝে তব কেন মেঘ আসে হৃদয় আকাশে কেন মেঘ আসে হৃদয় আকাশে তোমারে দেখিতে দেয় না মোহ মেঘে তোমারে অন্ধ করে রাখে তোমারে দেখিতে দেয় না মাঝে মাঝে তব ওহে ক্ষণিক আলোকে আখির পলকে তোমায় যবে পাই দেখিতে ওহে হারাই হারাই সদা হয় ভয় হারাইয়া ফেলে চকিতে আস না মিটিতে হারাইয়া পলক না পড়িতে হারাইয়া হৃদয় না জোড়াতে হারাইয়া ফেলে চকিতে মাঝে মাঝে তব ওহে কি করিলে বলো পাইব তোমারে রাখিব আখিতে আখিতে ওহে এত প্রেম আমি কোথা পাব নাথ এত প্রেম আমি দেখা পাই চিরদিন কেন পাই না মাঝে মাঝে তব ওহে আর কারো পানে চাইব না আর করিব হে আমি প্রাণপণ ওহে তুমি যদি বলো এখনে করিব তুমি যদি বলো এখনে করিব বিষয় বাসনা বিসর্জন দেব শ্রীচরণে বিষয় দেব অকাতরে বিষয় দেব তোমা লাগে বিষয় বাসনা বিসর্জন মাঝে মাঝে তব দেখা পাই চিরদিন কেন পাই না কেন মেঘাসে হৃদয় আকাশে তোমারে দেখিতে দেয় না মোহ মেঘে তোমারে দেখিতে দেয় না মাঝে মাঝে তব দেখা পাই চিরদিন কেন পাই না মাঝে মাঝে তব
Tom
Good afternoon, everyone. We now have a short break, and our next session will resume from 3 p.m. with Dr. Bhishmadev Chakrabarti. Thank you.
For just $67, you can make as many videos as you want, and you never need to pick up a camera
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the first day of our 3-day-long international webinar organized by the Department of Psychology, University of Calcutta. We have with us now our honorable speaker for this session, Dr. Bhishmadev Chakrabarti. Dr. Bhishmadev Chakrabarti is a professor of neuroscience and mental health and research director of the Center for Autism at the University of Reading in UK. He holds a visiting professorship at Ashoka University in India. He studied chemistry at St. Stephen's College, Delhi, and then studied natural sciences at Trinity College in Cambridge. He continued at Cambridge for his doctoral and postdoctoral research in human neuroscience. His research focuses on studying social cognition, empathy, and autism. His lab uses multiple techniques, including eye tracking, psychophysics, facial EMG, EEG, and fMRI. In a parallel applied arm of research, his lab has been working in India to build an autism research toolkit to conduct the first systematic study of autism prevalence in Indian school children. He currently leads an international consortium that aims to develop a tablet-based platform for scalable neurodevelopmental phenotyping in low-resource settings. Professor Chakrabarti's research has been supported by multiple grants from several funding agencies, including the UK Medical Research Council, British Council, and European Research Council. For his contributions to research, he was awarded the prestigious Leverhulme Prize in 2015. He has published over 100 papers in peer-reviewed journals. Beyond scholarly communication, Professor Chakrabarti is committed to science outreach and has contributed widely to popular media outlets in the UK and India, including the BBC, New Scientist, Newsweek, and Anandabajar Potrika. I would now like to call upon our head of the department, Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee, to say a few words. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. For you, good morning, Professor. Professor Chakrabarti. I'm really thankful to you on behalf of the Department of Psychology, Calcutta University, for giving us this opportunity to listen to you today. So next 1 hour is all yours, and we are eagerly waiting for your deliberation. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mukherjee, and the entire organizing team for this very august opportunity. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to start by sharing my screen. And let's hope that we don't run into technical challenges here. So let's see. So is my screen fully visible?
Yes, sir, it is.
Great, thank you. Right, okay, so good afternoon to everyone. And I'm absolutely delighted to have this opportunity to speak to this crowd in University of Calcutta and this very international and wide-ranging conference. It is, of course, a particular honor for me because I am from Calcutta, and yet I've not really had a chance to do this in person. I would want to do this in person at some point later, hopefully. But I wanted to start off by talking about the key process that our lab has been investigating over the last decade and a half, and that is social rapport. It's one of those fuzzy, woolly concepts that nobody really knows how to define, and yet everybody has a good sense of what it is about. And especially when we are in this COVID, post-COVID zone, we are acutely aware of how important social connections and social rapport is to well-being. I mean, one of the reasons why we are, many of us across the world are deeply affected is not just because of the death, which is, of course, a hugely distressing situation, but also because of this prolonged social isolation. So the question arises, why is it that social isolation causes us so much distress? So what is it that underlies the formation of social rapport? That's what our lab has been working on. And while we are a fundamental science lab, we are also very much interested in the applied element of it, that be in terms of understanding of the basic mechanisms of social rapport can also be useful for understanding conditions where individuals might struggle to form social rapport. And one such condition is autism. So our research program has had these two strands, one which is based on investigating the mechanisms, and one that is investigating the individual differences in these mechanisms and how and the impact of psychopathology. In some sense, and I was reading the history of the department at the University of Calcutta, and in some sense, my research program synthesizes in both the traditions that have been there at the department. So the tradition, the experimental psychological tradition of Narendranath Sengupta in making experiments with clear manipulable conditions and then testing mechanisms. And then you have the tradition of psychopathology from Girindra Shekhar Bose, which could be the impact of autism on those mechanisms. So it is really, again, once again, a real honor for me to speak at this very, very celebrated department on the work that we have been doing over the last several years. Now, when we start with understanding rapport, here is what the Oxford English Dictionary says about the definition of rapport. They talk about rapport as a mutual understanding between persons, and then they give a series of potential synonyms like sympathy, empathy, connection, a relationship characterized by these. As I said, this is all a little bit woolly, and so we will leave it at that. We will not try to kind of get into the definition of rapport further. We all have an understanding what we are talking about. But now we try to understand the mechanisms. How would such a connection form? How does a social rapport form? And what I'm going to propose is to investigate the link between two processes. One set of processes which are mimicry related, and one set of processes that are related to reward. And I would propose that the interaction between these two processes is what crafts rapport, crafts the formation of rapport. So in the first part of the talk, I would talk about the background of the role of mimicry and reward in understanding rapport. And in the bulk of the talk, which is the middle of the talk, where I would discuss mechanisms. And these would be a series of experiments that we have done using different techniques, EMG, eye tracking, and fMRI, and EEG, to see whether the suggested mechanism of rapport formation, how much is the evidence for that. And in the final part, if I have time, then I'm going to discuss a little bit of a theoretical perspective. And in doing so, I would invoke the work of David Marr, who was a psychologist, a psychophysics, a visual psychophysics giant in MIT in the early 80s, and he had proposed a model for understanding vision, and that model is now being used across different areas of neuroscience for creating multi-level understanding. So I'm going to try and look at social rapport through the David Marr view of multi-level explanations. But we will come to it at the end if we have time. But first, I just want to kind of start off by saying that the fundamental thesis that I'm going to put forward is that mimicry and reward processing are essential components of rapport formation, and that the link between reward and mimicry is weaker in individuals with autism. And individuals with autism often face difficulties in forming social rapport. That is the sum total of the thesis. The rest of the talk is really going to be about the evidence in favor of this thesis. So here is actually two sets of pictures from my friends and their children, and this is for any of you who have played with children or have had children. You would be very familiar with such pictures where there is an enormous amount of reciprocal imitation that goes on between caregivers and their and children. So whether it's a parent or a grandparent, and there is a lot of kind of back and forth imitation that goes on, and that in turn increases the liking of one for the other, and that in turn creates the rapport. So these are real photographs from my real friends, and but I thought they kind of succinctly capture the theoretical position that I'm going to investigate experimentally. What do we know from prior work on this? What we know is that from social psychology, people have shown that there is quite a bit of bidirectional link between mimicry and liking. So people have shown that if somebody mimics me more, then I would like them more, and if somebody mimics me less, I like them less. There was this very interesting experiment some years ago where restaurant waiters who would mimic more would get more tips than those who did not mimic. And then it also goes the other way around, in the sense that if I like somebody more, I often mimic them more. But the crucial thing to keep in mind here is that in social psychology, mimicry is often studied at a very macroscopic level. So mimicry would be something like mimicry of body postures. So if I'm sitting like this, and if you are talking to me and you are sitting like this as well, so the way you're pacing, or the way your voice, tone of voice is going, all of that is studied and coded, often coded manually to classify as mimicry or not. So so it's not about really being kind of very muscle specific or granular in the sense that most social psychological studies use mimicry as a fairly large scale macroscopic phenomenon, and liking is typically measured using self-reported liking on each other. So not really not often an implicit measure. In developmental psychology, again, what I have already mentioned, there has been quite a bit of work showing that parent-child relationship interactions in early years are marked by a lot of reciprocal mimicry. And indeed, the pairs that show greater mimicry often show greater affiliation to each other as well. So there is already quite a lot of suggestive evidence from social psych and developmental psychology that mimicry plays a crucial role in formation of social rapport. But from the experimental psychology and neuroscience standpoint, the question still remains that why is it that mimicry would give rise to greater social rapport? And the idea that we are testing out is that it is to do with the reward value. So what happens is if somebody mimics me more, their reward value in my brain is likely to go up. And in turn, if the reward value of that person goes up, I'm likely to mimic that person more again. So more on this later as we go discuss the various experiments. But before going into the experiments, the one other thing I wanted to mention is the case of social rapport in autism. Again, there are lots of anecdotal accounts that suggest that individuals with autism, many individuals with autism face difficulties in forming social rapport. And the clues that we have from the underlying processes are as follows. Several studies have shown that autistic individuals show atypical spontaneous mimicry. So the atypical spontaneous mimicry, often it is either slower or reduced the extent of mimicking another person in a social situation. And indeed, one of the diagnostic criteria for autism, as per the DSM-5, is social emotional reciprocity problems, and marked by difficulties in developing, maintaining, and understanding relationships. Now, while interpreting the evidence on atypical spontaneous mimicry in autism, we need to be mindful, though, that there is quite a lot of literature now showing that individuals with autism do not show a similar atypicality in deliberate mimicry. So this is an interesting conundrum that we can discuss later. The other set of clues that we have in autism is that many individuals with autism show an absence of interest in peers and a reduced interest to social rewards. So that has led to the idea that there is a reduction or a reduced social reward responsivity in autistic individuals. Now, both of these ideas have been put forward, and there are suggestive evidence from empirical studies. Based on these clues from developmental psychology, from social psychology, and autism, our first question was a simple one. We wanted to directly examine the links between reward and mimicry by manipulating one process and testing the impact on another. And so our question was, does reward modulate the extent of spontaneous facial mimicry? And then we asked, does the extent of this modulation vary as a function of autistic symptoms? The idea here is that the previous studies, for example, the developmental psychology studies on parent-child interactions, measuring imitation or using manual coding, or the social psychological studies where it's in a kind of completely free, ecologically valid environment, like the waiter study that I mentioned in the restaurant. There, it is not really possible to experimentally control the amount of reward or the amount of mimicry in any way. So what the advantage of those studies are is that they are very very real world studies, where but in in kind of bringing them to the lab, we can have much more experimental control and manipulate the exact amount of reward that we are varying, and see the impact on mimicry. And that's what we are doing in the task that I describe now. So the task is what's traditionally called an evaluative conditioning task. In these tasks, you would see two cards next to each other as a participant, and one of which would be turned upside down. And you would be asked to press one letter, M, if you think this card is higher, and or another letter, N, if you think this card is lower than the one that you can see. You would also see a face appear alongside the cards, and you would be told that please pay attention to the faces because there will be a memory task later on. What happens is people would keep guessing, and it's remarkable how different people react to these tasks, because at the end of the task we would ask people, what did you think? And people would say things like, oh, every time I know if it's higher, then the next two should be lower, and then there will be another higher. But all of that was kind of just storytelling that I mean, the stories that the participants had made for themselves, because essentially what was the case was this was a simple conditioning task that you would win more with certain faces and you would lose more with certain faces. And most of the time people don't make that connection. And so what happens is, so at the end of that evaluative conditioning phase, you would end up with something like this, that you would be winning with, say, 90% time, you would be winning 90% of the trials with this particular face, losing 90% of the time with this face, and the other two you are going to win 60% or lose 60%. And that, once this conditioning phase has occurred, you end up with a high reward phase and a low reward phase. That's the aim of that card game. And that's the experimental way of manipulating the amount of reward associated with a phase. Once we have a high reward phase and a low reward phase, now we want to measure mimicry. And how do we do that? We ask people, we tell the participants that we are going to do a memory task, as we told you before. Wherever you see a face that you do not recognize, press a button. And we would go through these high and low reward phases, but the only difference being that this time these are videos. So so there would be smiling or angry face videos from the high and the low reward phases. While people are watching those, we are collecting facial EMG data. Now, facial EMG data is very specific to specific muscles. So we are recording here from the zygomaticus, a major muscle which is involved in smiling. So we can actually see that the zygomaticus response while you are watching a face that's smiling, that is a good indication of a very specific mimicry response. So that's the point of kind of using facial EMG to measure mimicry, and we do measure the mimicry in response to highly rewarding faces and then low rewarding faces. And it should not come as a surprise to see what we find. And we found that highly rewarding faces, so on the y-axis is the extent of mimicry and the x-axis is time. And what you see is for the high rewarding faces, there is consistently much higher degree of mimicry than the low rewarding faces. Now, that's not unexpected, though this had not been shown before, so we were very happy about it. But what was interesting is now the angle from psychopathology. And this is where we split our sample into those with high autistic traits and low autistic traits. And the ones with high autistic traits, they mimicked to a pretty much similar extent uh, a high reward phase and a low reward phase. There wasn't much difference. So this is the right side of this bar plot. However, those with low autistic traits, they mimicked the high reward phase to a significantly higher extent than the low reward phase. So if you are low on autism related traits, then you show a big difference between the high reward and the low reward phase in terms of how much you're mimicking. So if you just take a step back, what this suggests is for those low in autistic traits, our extent of mimicry is getting modulated by how rewarding that other person is. If the other person is really rewarding, we mimic them a lot. If the other person is not rewarding, we don't mimic them that much. However, if you are high in autistic trait, that difference doesn't seem to matter that much. This was entirely in a neurotypical sample, but we had taken autistic traits. As one can anticipate, there we got questions like, oh, what happens if you get people with a clinical diagnosis of autism? So we then invited, I think, about 35 autistic adults and asked them to take the same experiment. So the question here was, do the adults with autism, do they show a similar pattern to the ones that we are seeing with the high autistic trait neurotypicals? So by which I mean that, do autistic adults not discriminate between high and low reward phases in the extent of mimicry? And this is the data from the autism group. And as you can tell, that these two, so the autistic group do not really discriminate in the extent of mimicry for a high reward phase and a low reward phase. So they mimic them exactly to the same extent. This is all with facial EMG. Now, the next in the next set of studies, we did the same study twice now in an MRI scanner. This was, and in this set of studies, what we did was to do the conditioning experiment with the card game first, and that was done outside the scanner. So you would condition certain faces with high reward, certain faces with low reward, but then you get inside the MRI scanner, and while you are watching one happy face or angry face at a time, your brain activity is getting recorded. And we are particularly interested in two clusters within the brain. One cluster, and these clusters we derive from independent meta-analyses that have been reported in the literature. One cluster that's focused on reward processing regions, reward processing paradigms, that is centered in the ventral striatum, which is in blue here, and another cluster that is marked in yellow, that is a cluster that comes from a meta-analysis of mimicry studies. So this is so the yellow cluster is focused in the inferior frontal gyrus, and the blue cluster is focused in the ventral striatum. What we observed was that in two studies, we observed that the coupling between the reward-related region and the mimicry-related region, these clusters, the functional coupling between these two was weaker for those with high autistic traits. We also found that that the extent of the IFG response, IFG being the cluster that's come from a meta-analysis of mimicry-related studies, the extent of the IFG response to high versus low reward phases was significantly weaker than that for that in neurotypical, significantly weaker in autism than that in neurotypical. So I'll just run you through this plot here. So this is just a quick recap, people have done the card game first, and then they have come into the scanner and they're seeing these happy faces or angry faces one at a time. And the darker bars here are high reward, and the lighter bars are low reward. On the y-axis is the inferior frontal gyrus cluster response. What we see is for high reward, this mimicry-related cluster in neurotypicals is for high reward phases, the mimicry-related cluster in neurotypicals is more active compared to when people are looking at the low reward phases. However, for autism, this pattern is actually reversed. So it appears that the low reward one has a greater IFG response compared to the high reward one, but this difference is actually not significant between the two. So these are actually pretty similar. But the important thing is that the IFG is more active in response to high versus low reward for neurotypicals compared to the autistic adults in this group. But effectively, the same message that's coming from the EMG study and the fMRI study, and done in completely different samples and also using different techniques, but we get the same kind of message that's emerging, which suggests that the reward is not modulating mimicry in autism. And then we did another study using EEG, and this time we were looking at mu suppression. Now, mu suppression being an index of sensory motor coupling. And again, those of you who are familiar with mirror neuron systems, so mu suppression is often also indicated as an indication of mirror neuron system activity. What we found was when people are watching the high reward phases, so phases with which they want much more, there is greater mu suppression, which is indicated in greater blue here, compared to when they were watching low reward phases, which is indicated in turquoise and yellow. So that kind of covers the three sets of studies from EMG, fMRI, and EEG, showing that if you change the value of reward associated with a face, you change the extent of mimicry associated that it elicits. Also, that this reward-driven modulation of mimicry was weaker in people with autism or high autistic traits. But there are two caveats. The first is this specific only to faces? Do we see it with other things? Because we also mimic with our body. We mimic with our hands, we mimic with our voices. We do a lot of mimicry. And the second one, which is particularly important in light of the autism results, is the evaluative conditioning effect weaker in people with high autistic traits, by which I mean that what we are seeing in terms of mimicry really owes its origin to the fact that people with high autistic traits or autism are not really learning the face reward reward association. So maybe if they do not learn that certain faces are associated with high rewards and certain faces are associated with low rewards, that's the reason why we are not seeing the difference in the extent to which they're getting mimicked. So we will come to these two questions one at a time. The first one was addressed by my then student, Anthony Haffey, who did a test of effector generalizability, effectively just moving beyond faces. And what he did was to use hand stimuli. So these were kind of purple hands and orange hands. These are not really kind of very ecologically valid by any stretch, but effectively what he showed was that if hand mimicry was measured, and again we measured it using a slightly different technique that I'm happy to discuss if anybody is interested. But the broad message was that if you're high in autistic traits, you did not show a significant difference between high reward and low reward hands. But if you are low in autistic traits, you showed a significant difference in in the extent to which you mimicked a high reward hand versus a low reward hand. So that was the kind of primary message, suggesting that the effect that we are seeing with the reward modulating mimicry and the impact of autistic traits was not specific to faces. The second question was, does the conditioning work in, especially in light of the results from autism? And there, the answer is very much yes. This comes from work by, I'm sorry about the formatting of the slide. This comes from the work by Serena Panaciti in my group, who did the same card game task as the one that I've described, but then followed it up by an implicit association task to measure the extent of conditioning. Again, those of you who might not be familiar with implicit association task, the idea is you have the positively conditioned phase after the card game and a negatively conditioned phase. Now we pair a positively conditioned phase with a positive word, and negatively conditioned phase with a negative word, and these are congruent pairings, and people are usually quicker to respond to congruent pairings. And then we have incongruent pairings, which is where the positively conditioned phase is paired with a negative word and vice versa. In that case, people are slower to respond. And what Serena found was participants are slower in the condition incongruent to the conditioning, which means that people are learning fine. And most importantly, the strength of conditioning, which is basically the difference between the incongruent minus congruent reaction time, that strength of conditioning was not related to autistic traits. Autistic traits were measured using the AQ, the Autism Spectrum Quotient, and as you can see, it was not significant. Now, so summing up this line of work, so we have shown the paradigm we have used is an evaluative conditioning paradigm where different phases, the reward value of different phases was changed using a card game. And then in the test phase, videos were shown one at a time. And we've used with EMG, we showed greater mimicry for more rewarding phases. With fMRI, we showed greater functional coupling between IFG and ventral striatum for more rewarding phases. With EEG, we showed greater mu suppression for more rewarding phases. And also we showed greater pro-social behavior. I've not talked about that study with the more rewarding phases. Now, and we also showed that the effect, this reward-driven modulation of mimicry is weaker in high autistic traits or autism all through. These were all our studies, but we have also found from studies by other groups, particularly by Antonia Hamilton's group, who have shown, who have manipulated reward value in an indirect way by manipulating the extent of eye contact. And they have shown similar things as well, showing that if you have eye contact, that increases, that often increases the extent of mimicry. And this eye contact driven modulation of mimicry is weaker in autism. Right. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that I've just seen a question answer. I'll take the questions later on. Yep. Sorry. So the next element of this work is on flipping the question around, which is mimicry moving to reward. So is being mimicked rewarding? In the first part, we asked, does reward influence mimicry? And now we are asking, does does mimicry influence reward? Because if we have to consider the mechanism of social rapport formation, we have to consider both the directions. And in parallel to the question that I set out earlier, we also ask, is the reward response to being mimicked influenced by autistic traits? The experiments have the following structure. This in this study, we had a blank screen, and then the word happy would come up, or sad. And people were told that as a participant, you need to start making a happy face as soon as you see the word happy. And we were recording using EMG electrode to make sure that they were really making a happy face. If they didn't move their muscles that much, then then the experiment will not move forward. And indeed, so imagine that the participant sees this and starts making a happy face, and then they see a face on the stimulus face. There's a small video that this person on the stimulus video also starts making a happy face or a sad face. So this is where either the stimulus face was going to make us the identical expression, or it'll make a different expression. That's the main plan. And what happened, the general structure is that certain faces would mimic you much more. So let's imagine this face, maybe 80% of the time, they would do the same expression as you are doing. If you're making a happy face, they are making a happy face. If you're making a sad face, they are making a sad face. Whereas another face, another identity, would be doing the opposite. So if you're making a happy face, they are making a sad face, and so on and so forth, 80% of the time. And then we have two foils that are thrown in just to confuse people. Effectively, we don't want to make the pattern too obvious to people, who is mimicking and who is not mimicking. So so that we try to keep it as implicit as possible. And what we want to test at the end of this mimicry conditioning, because these trials go on for a while. There are about 40, 50 trials for each condition. And then we want to test if that has changed the reward value of the face. So just to kind of remind yourself about the question, we are testing if somebody is mimicking you, as in if you are being mimicked by somebody, does it change the reward value of that person? And we do this mimicry conditioning experiment over many trials. And then this is our test phase. We do a preferential looking task using eye tracking. Now, in the preferential looking task, this is a technique that's used a lot in developmental psychology, where you just present two stimuli side by side, and you're recording the eye gaze positions using an eye tracker. The idea is that if you like something more, you're going to look at it longer. And what we pair up. So in this case, so this face maybe has mimicked you 80% of the time, and this face has done the opposite. So they have anti-mimicked you 80% of the time, or done the opposite expression. So what our data show is, so before the experiment began, before our mimicry conditioning began, we calculated what's called a gaze bias. So how much time you're spending looking at the leftward face or the mimicking face or the non-mimicking face. But at that point, they haven't mimicked or non-mimicked. And the gaze bias is 1. So the ratio of the time that you spend looking at either face is 1, which is around 1, which means that there is no particular preference. However, after the mimicry conditioning has taken place, you show a much greater gaze bias in favor of the face that was mimicking you. We also ask people to physically rate the faces. We ask them to rate how attractive they thought each face was before and after the mimicry conditioning, and that really doesn't change. Attractiveness remains the same, irrespective of the mimicry conditioning. We ask them to rate likability. How much do you like each face? That changes a little bit in favor of the mimicking face, but that's not the change is not as big as the one that you see with gaze bias. So this was our first study to establish the paradigm of whether mimicry influences reward, and reward being indicated by preferential looking. And we also found an index of individual differences. We found that those with high trait empathy or low trait or low autistic traits, it's a empathy and autism are in these questionnaires are inversely correlated. Those with high trait empathy showed a greater gaze bias towards the more rewarding faces. Those with low trait empathy, such as those with high autistic traits, did not show such a bias in favor of the more rewarding, the more mimicking face. We followed this up with an fMRI study. In this time, what we did was to do the mimicry conditioning task outside the scanner, and then in the test phase, we put the person in the scanner, and in an fMRI scanner, we cannot present really two stimuli at a time, so we will not know which stimuli the brain response is being recorded for. So we present one face at a time. So once the person is in the fMRI scanner after the mimicry conditioning, they see either a mimicking face or a high mimic face or a low mimic face, one after the other. And we record again from the ventral striatum and the orbitofrontal cortex. And one of the things that we see is for autistic adults, they show a reduced a ventral striatal response to mimicking faces compared to non-mimicking faces when compared to neurotypicals. Again, as a function of autistic traits, if you look at the ventral striatum, so again, ventral striatum is a cluster that's responsive to reward. So that's the connection that we're making, that the reward-related brain response to mimicking faces is weaker in people with autism. So now, if you kind of synthesize the data that I've talked about so far, this is the structure of the paradigm again. So we do a baseline measure of how rewarding each phase is. Then we do a mimicry conditioning task. Then we do a test phase where we either present two phases simultaneously in an eye tracking experiment or one phase at a time in fMRI. And we find that mimicry influences reward, and that autistic individuals do not show this effect to that extent. And again, these are studies that have come from our group, but then again, the other group that works on very similar questions is Antonia Hamilton, who have shown very similar results using postural and kinematic mimicry, showing that postural mimicry leads to greater likability in neurotypicals, but not so much in autism. So taking all of these convergent leads, here is back to the original the original theoretical summary that I mentioned, started off with, that this is a cycle of reward and mimicry. It's a bidirectional cycle, and one could think of it. I mean, I mean, the analogy that I find most helpful is that of a social thermostat. So, so we often have to we have to control the amount of mimicry we do in a social setting, because based on how rewarding that other person is. And indeed, the amount of mimicry that we will exhibit will in turn determine how rewarding we become to the other person. So, but if the thermostat that I have is kind of fixed in one value and it's not being able to regulate based on the different social circumstances, then the formation of social rapport might be influenced. So this is kind of one theoretical analogy to keep in mind. In the final few minutes, I just want to very quickly talk about the idea of the kind of theoretical idea of David Marr in examining social rapport. Now, David Marr talks about 3 levels of explanation for any process. And the process that I like, that I find the most easy to understand is making tea. So I would talk about making tea first and then move to social rapport. So the computational level of explanation is the highest level of explanation, which is if I want to drink a cup of tea, that's my overarching goal. Then there is the algorithmic level of explanation, which is that how I make a cup of tea, which means that I would need to get some tea leaves, boil water, mix them. So these are steps of doing the making tea. That's the algorithm. And then there's the implementation level, which is much more granular, which could be that which specific muscle do I move in order to stir the tea, which specific temperature does the water need to be, and the very specific implementation that's very unique to every cup of tea. So one can really study making tea in various different at various different levels. Now, using these 3 separate levels, computational, algorithmic, and implementation, now let's look at social rapport. One way to look at social rapport is at the computational level, which is there is a reduced social reward responsivity in that autistic individuals might have, which possibly could owe its origin to genetic factors. And if you imagine if this is a child with autism, if they do not feel equally rewarded on seeing on seeing their caregivers or any other adult's face, then they would not mimic to that extent. If they don't mimic to that extent, that would reduce the amount. So if they don't mimic to that extent, that will have an impact on how rewarded the other person, the other adult, would feel while interacting with them. So which might lead to an atypical social rapport. And again, there is quite a lot of data that have come through in the past several years on reduced social reward responsivity in autism, and including some work by our lab. So this is at a computational level. This offers one insight into how such atypical social rapport might come through. The second level of explanation is an algorithmic one, which is where one could think of mimicry. So in order for the child to detect that he or she is being mimicked, they need to be able to integrate a lot of different sensory information. They need to integrate what they are doing, their own movements, plus the vision of what the other person is doing in front of them, and they have to integrate it within a specific time period. And sensory integration is often a big problem in autism, which in turn, so if they cannot detect that they're being mimicked, they might not feel equally rewarded. If they are not feeling equally rewarded, they might not in turn mimic back the other person. So again, that's another way of how the atypical social rapport formation might happen. And then the final level of explanation is at the implementation level. So if we forget about overt behavior, what is the actual the neural underpinning? And there have been several suggestions and at a neural level showing atypical connectivity, neural connectivity in autistic brains, possibly arising from the differential expression of the synaptic genes. That might be underlying how these different phenotypic manifestations come about, and that might underlie why we see the phenotype that we see, which is in terms of difficulties in formation of social rapport. So that that's a time for me to summarize. I've talked about how reward and mimicry share a bidirectional relationship, which can underlie rapport, and that atypical reward mimicry links are associated with autistic symptomatology. And in the very end, I talked about how we can use a Marian perspective to understand social rapport in autism. All that remains is for me to thank my lab, and the people whose work I've mentioned specifically are in bold, and also all volunteers, families, and my funders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chakraborty, for such an enriching session. We have a few questions from our participants. So the first question is, wouldn't mimicry also be at least partly influenced by factors such as current mood or personality dispositions?
Absolutely, no, this is a very, very good question. It is very much affected by mood and mood particularly. Personality, I'm coming to personality later. The important thing with mood is that we make sure that there is there is no particular overwhelming other condition that is at the time of testing a participant. So we would check for the participant well-being. But you're absolutely right that we haven't really done a systematic check of how different aspects of mood can influence mimicry. It's worth checking whether it would be how much of it would be noticeable, because the kind of mimicry we study is very subtle. Most of it is not visible to the naked eye. So if you're using just facial EMG, very often people would have these facial movements without realizing. But what we do know is that for overt mimicry, for kind of much more kind of big visible mimicry, mood has a definite impact. But we have not done any systematic study of that. In terms of personality types, yes, of course, personality types would have an impact on mimicry, but I think the dimension that we are interested in, which is autism-related personality traits, that's the experimental question, and we do show that depending on where you are on that personality trait, you would show a greater impact of reward on mimicry or not.
Thank you, sir. The next question is, gestural communications, which carry specific cultural meanings, many often form a part of mimicry. From that perspective, can there be a culture-informed understanding of rewards, and how can we control that intercultural subjectivity in experimental work? Can that also lead to an understanding of cultural meaning as a modulating influence on the link between mimicry and reward? And if so, can this influence be addressed by any insight from autism?
Excellent question. Thank you. So this is something that has been puzzling me for a while. I do think there would be a strong cultural element in terms of making sure that the people who are getting the stimuli and the participants need to be of the same, within the same cultural milieu, at least. Because I would what has been shown before is that people are usually, they mimic their own culture or own ethnicity stimuli more than those from a different ethnicity. So so in on that very shallow level, of course there would be kind of an impact of culture on mimicry. But at a more deeper level, the thing that puzzles me more is sometimes mimicry related norms are also different between cultures, like how we mimic, what we mimic. But when I'm talking about how we mimic and what we mimic, I'm talking mostly about deliberate mimicry and mimicry which is overt and observable to the naked eye, because those things are very culturally different. And I think if we move beyond facial EMG and kind of very low level mimicry type studies, that what I just talked about, if we move to overt and overt behavioral mimicry, then we are much more likely to see cultural differences than if we just stick to very basic kind of mimicry of smiles. And you also need to think about the aspect that in the paradigms that we did, there is no context. So there is literally a face making a smile or an angry face in a white background. So there is mimicry is such a complex phenomenon in real life that it's governed by a whole lot of context. Like immediately, I mean, I can think of, like, if we are standing in a group and one person is doing something, and the way I would react to that person is quite different from if I'm in a one-to-one situation with that person. So I think all of those constraints, that it's not just the intercultural aspect of it, but also the impact of other social contextual parameters make it very, very ripe for further investigation. And I would imagine, and I have not done these tests, I would be very happy if anybody wants to look at these things. I would imagine that people on the autistic spectrum would find it even harder to integrate these social contextual factors into shaping their mimicry response. I mean, what we showed is the bare minimum, that even without a context, there is the reward impact on mimicry is weak. But I think the problem just multiplies itself if we bring in all the real social contextual factors that we know to influence mimicry.
Thank you, sir. There is one more question. That is, during this pandemic, with social distancing in place, and now that we are wearing masks, and in India, we are being advised to wear masks at home as well. So will that have any adverse impact on a child with autism in terms of day-to-day functioning?
Well, that's interesting, because I think there was a recent popular press article that I contributed to, which was asking about these things. And I think the message from that was it's not just for autism. In general, like, if, and I guess most of us have experienced this, like, if in general, if you see only half of the person's face, it's very difficult to read another person, and so the chance of misunderstandings just goes up. I mean, and we don't really need to do complex facial EMG studies to guess that. So I would imagine the most practical element of that, or the practical take home from that, is if we can get transparent masks, because these days you get these plastic masks that you can see the face, then those are possibly better off than something that's kind of black and across your face.
Thank you, sir, for the suggestion. Now I would like to call upon our head of the department, Dr. Tilotoma Mukherjee, to say a few words. Over to you, ma'am.
Professor Bhishmadev, we are extremely thankful to you that you could make it to the session. And we have been communicating for some time. Everything is on virtual mode, but since you are from Kolkata, I do hope and believe that we'll meet again face to face in our department, where you can come and deliver your talks. You can share your knowledge, wonderful work you are doing in your laboratory. And my students are so excited. They are writing continuously in YouTube link where they're watching your deliberation. And it was a great delight to listen to you. I wish you all the best. I hope we'll meet again. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a real delight. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good evening, everyone. We are waiting for our next speaker, Dr. Ritus Petrosness, to join shortly. So please wait for a bit. He will be with us anytime now. Um, Good evening, sir. Welcome to our webinar. Our honorable speaker for the next session is Dr. Raitis Pakrosnes. Dr. Pakrosnes holds a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in health psychology, and a PhD in social sciences psychology. He is a certified neuroscience psychologist. He works as an associate professor at the Department of Psychology, Vytautas Magnus University, Lithuania. Dr. Pakrosnes is a psychologist at the VMU Psychology Clinic and in private practice. He is a member of the European Brief Therapy Association, EBTA, a member of the editorial team of the journal Solution Focused Literature since 2018, served as co-editor of the International Journal of Solution Focused Practices between 2013 and 2017. His fields of interest are SFBT outcome research, application, and research of solution-focused approach in different areas and contexts, example, prevention and self-help, SFBT training, and university students' well-being. I would now like to call upon our head of the department, Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee, to say a few words. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning to you. It's our afternoon here. Namaskar. Welcome to the Department Welcome to the Department of Psychology, Calcutta University. A very warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. Really looking forward to your talk. I have heard a lot about you and your contribution in the field of solution-focused therapy from Jassim, and really looking forward. Next 1 hour is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Tilottama. And hello, everyone. I assume it's afternoon in India. It's kind of noon in Lithuania. And I'm sorry about this time confusion. I checked on the internet time difference and I thought it starts in another 20 minutes, but I hope it's all right. So sorry for being late a little bit. Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful event. And I would like to thank my friend Jassim Korankot for giving my contacts to the organizers of this conference. And as Tilottama already mentioned, I live in Lithuania, so it's quite far from India. I've been to India a couple times. It's a wonderful country. I envy you a good weather. We don't have very good weather in Lithuania. It's kind of rainy, cloudy a little bit. So we'll spend another hour or so, maybe less than that, talking about the computerized solution-focused self-help program that me and my colleague Victoria Čepukienė have been developing at Vytautas Magnus University in Kaunas in Lithuania. Okay, so I will share my presentation just in a second. Okay. So I hope you can see my slides. Can you see my presentation? Okay,
yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, good. So, as I already mentioned, the title is Computerized Solution-Focused Self-Help Program for University Students. And in this presentation, I will try to summarize our steps of the development of this computerized self-help tool. It's taken 10 years since we started. And I will try to sum up our progress in this field and share with you the outcome results of this computerized self-help program, which I think is very important these days when the pandemic and lockdowns are all around the world. And here, for example, here in Lithuania, it's getting a little bit better, but we're still in a lockdown. For example, our university is closed and we work from a distance. So I'm presenting from my house today. So self-help tools, and especially computerized, internet-based self-help programs are very important these days. As I mentioned, there are two authors, the two co-authors of this presentation. So me, Rytis Pakrosnis, and my colleague Viktorija Čepukienė. She is not here today, but we've been working on this project together. Okay. So to start, as you can see here, my presentation will consist of 5 stages, 5 steps, 5 parts. I will introduce the idea, where we started, why we decided to develop this computerized self-help tool, and then we'll go through the development steps and share what we came up with. And at the end, in the step number 5, I will share the testing and outcome results of this computerized self-help program. Okay. So step number 1, which I would like to share with you, is the idea. So where we started, why we started this project, and what is it about. Okay. So as Tilatamo already mentioned, me and my colleague Victoria, we work in the field of solution-focused therapy. We use it in our clinical work. We also teach it at the university here in Lithuania. And being part of the university, being researchers, we do studies on solution-focused therapy outcome in different contexts and different fields. And this project that I'm presenting to you today is about the idea to apply solution-focused therapy as a self-help tool, right? So no therapist, no another person, just you and maybe your computer or maybe the paper in front of you. And our question was, can we do that? And would it work? Would it change anything in people's, especially students' life? Okay. So for those of you who might be not too much maybe familiar with solution-focused approach, just very brief introduction, a couple of sentences, what solution-focused approach, practice, therapy. There are many different titles for this, but basically solution-focused practice. So what is it about? Well, as every psychotherapy approach, solution-focused therapy has philosophy, and then has some practical tools and process. And then we combine the philosophy with what's happening in the therapy room. We have solution-focused approach. So we can see here that solution-focused approach is based on constructivistic and systemic thinking. So it relies a lot on systemic thinking, and especially on postmodernist, constructivist, social constructivist ideas about the world being constructed by a person, and then we work with these constructions and help them to construct a better life for themselves. And also solution-focused therapy is about future and strengths orientation. So it's oriented towards future goals, towards the desired future, and then strengths and resources of a person. Then in solution-focused practice, we have this idea of solution building process. So when we sit together with the client, we talk about different things, and we call this solution building. And basically, this solution building process consists of 5 main themes, topics, or 5 main areas that we explore together with our clients. And these areas are, so you can see them here, for example, envisioning preferred future. So we invite our clients to think about the future that they would prefer to have. Then we explore successful past, exceptions in the past, the moments when this preferred future maybe already is happening. Then we talk about small steps. We also explore useful interactions with other people and how they could help our client to move towards their preferred future. And then important part of solution-focused work is acting, like doing something, and then keeping track of the progress. So those 5 elements are, I would say, the essential parts, elements of the solution building or solution-focused practice. And then we will see, when we will move to the self-help, And solution-focused self-help, we will see that all these 5 elements will be present in all tools that we've been developing together with Victoria Chapukian, as I mentioned. Okay, so so we started with a question or the idea: could we use solution focus to initialize positive change on our own with no assistance from other people? Because in solution focused therapy, it is often people, well, of course, the relationship between the therapist and the client is very important, as in any other psychotherapy approach. But in solution-focused literature, at times you can find that the most important is the solution-focused thinking, or helping clients to focus their attention on building solutions rather than analyzing problems or suffering. Okay, so we thought, what if we take this solution-focused thinking part and then combine it with self-help and provide opportunity for people to reflect and think about solution-focused topics on their own. Would that help? Would that help? Would that work? Would that change anything in people's life? Okay, so as I said, we combined solution-focused thinking with the self-help, and you probably are familiar with self-help idea. It's an old idea. It's nothing new here. It's for decades in the world. And basically self-help means that there is no therapist. I mean, there are, of course, therapists or psychologists or professionals, they participate in creating these self-help methods and tools. And there's a variety of self-help methods, like paper and pencil worksheets, video materials, books, audio materials. And since, I don't know, 2000 maybe, something, computerized self-help programs have been developed as well. Okay, so self-help is about a person doing something on their own with minimal or no involvement of professional. Okay, so combining these two ideas, we kind of made a definition of solution-focused self-help tool. So it's a tool with which a person could autonomously, meaning with no help from a side, picture desirable changes and what will be different, explore past successes, what works, strengths, resources, plan small steps, potential leading to desirable change, and try small step, keep track of the progress and what's better. Okay, so our idea is to provide people with the opportunity to reflect on these solution-focused topics and these solution-focused elements, and maybe move forwards to their desired future. Okay, and of course, we were not like pioneers in solution-focused world. There are several attempts to combine these ideas, the solution-focused thinking and self-help idea. And just very quickly and very briefly, just will show several examples. For example, self-help worksheets that could be found in various books and other publications of solution-focused people. Then there is wonderful resource that you can check on the internet, which is www.kidsskills.org. So there's a lot of material, but it's basically for kids, for young people. Okay, so Ben Furman and colleagues in Finland are developing many different methods for self-help, especially for kids. Okay, so this is an example of kind of self-help book that you can read and then think about your own issues. Kids Skills, there's another resource developed by the same Ben Furman and colleagues from Finland. It's called kidskillsonline.com. So they developed a computerized self-help program for kids as well. So kids, together with the parents, together with the therapist, can use this tool to work on their issues, their problems, and look for solutions. Well, there's another example, 15minutesforme.com. So it's paid. I mean, you need to pay for this program. So I don't know what's inside, but the authors claim that it's based on solution-focused therapy as well. But it's more, as you can see here, working with stress, depression, anxiety, burnout, and problems alike. Okay, so there there are some examples these days. When me and Victoria started our project, there were not many examples of solution-focused self-help, and there were no computerized programs at that time, but then they came later. Well, there's an interesting idea of making solution-focused game. So computerized kind of video game where you would have some quests, and then you would look for objects in the game, and in every step there would be solution focused questions asked, so you need to think about it, answer something, and then go farther. Well, it's interesting idea for young people and teenagers. Okay, so this was our starting point. We decided to see what can happen if we combine solution-focused thinking with the self-help approach or idea. So step number 2, we started with something simple. We thought, well, we were pessimistic about the outcome, actually. We thought that maybe it wouldn't work. Maybe people need the contact with another person in order to change their lives or do something about their lives. And so we decided to start with something simple and start with paper pencil worksheets. And then in 2011, 2012, we moved to the internet. Okay. So actually our starting point was in 2008. And as I mentioned, at that time, there were not many apps for mental health in general, and there were no apps, no computerized programs for solution-focused practice. Okay, so let's take a look very briefly at how our first product, which we call solution-focused self-help pencil and paper worksheet, how it looks. So first of all is the outline. So we can see that this intervention lasts for 11 days, step 1 to step 12. And we see that step 1 and step 12 is very important here, because in step 1 you would kind of you would create your project for your change, and step 12 is kind of summary of everything. And then between step 1 and step 12 there are 10 days when you would keep track of the progress and plan next steps. So okay, so kind of simple idea, just very brief intervention in step 1, thinking about what you would like to change in your life, what would be your goal, how you can do it, what resources you have for that, what could be the first step. And then 10 days you would observe your progress and plan next day, and then day 12 when you summarize everything. Okay, so these are the examples of the pencil and paper, or paper and pencil worksheets, as I mentioned. So this is the worksheet for the step 1 for the first day. So you see here that we invite our participants to think about their life and then name several important areas, then evaluate these areas, and then choose one that they would like to work on. And then there are solution focused questions in this worksheet. So a person would kind of read them, try to reflect on those questions, and write short answers here. Okay, so it's kind of starting point. And then during the next 10 days, as I mentioned, they would use this observation form. So you see date, like 10 days here, and then they would record events, what changed in desired direction, the progress, what did you do, what thoughts, emotions did this rise, and what could be further actions, steps, and so on. Okay, and for 10 days you would observe your situation. Then on a 12th day, you would kind of finalize everything. You would wrap up with the summary of the changes, achievements, and then some evaluations here and so on. Okay, so this was the starting point. And then, well, I will share the feedback from the participants, what they said about this worksheet, but there were reasons why we decided to move from the paper and pencil worksheets to the internet. Okay, so in 2011, as I said, we came up with internet-based solution-focused self-help worksheets. So basically it's the same idea as before, except it's not on a paper, but you would go to some website, and then there would be solution focused questions and tables and everything. So you don't need to write anything down. You just go to the internet and type everything, read the questions. And you can see here that it lasts for, oh, sorry, it's jumping. It lasts for 22 days. So it's more closer to the kind of, it's longer. And there are 3 days in between each step. And the first product that I showed you before, there was like 1 day in between. So you would do something every day. And the feedback from participants was that it's too often, too condensed, too intense. So we decided to have these 3-day breaks between these steps. So the program prolonged to 20 days, 22 days in general. So these are the examples, just very briefly, how this internet-based worksheet looked like. So basically same questions, some space to write your answers down, but it doesn't look very attractive, nice, or interactional. And for young people, you know, it's very important to have some fun, not just work on something. So yeah, so we tested these products, and then we collected the feedback from our participants. Okay, so the feedback was like this. It's a very short summary of the feedback from participants. So they said it's too condensed, too little time for change, like every day or even 3 days in between. It's too much, like too often. Change does not happen so quickly. Then some people said it's boring, many alike questions and tasks, so it's not fun. And then some people said that they forget to continue, some like they lose their papers, or they forget to go back to this website and answer these questions. So it's not very convenient because no reminders, nothing. So we decided to add more days between tasks, develop a more interactive tool with various tasks, like different activities, not the same every day. And then we decided to develop a fully functional program with reminders, with emails, with the personal account, and more functional things. Okay, and so step number 3 was we moved to the computerized program. So we hired a programmer, we hired an artist, internet artist, that would draw the pictures. We got some funding, as you can see, from Vytautas Magnus University and European Brief Therapy Association. And so we started this kind of computerized solution-focused self-help project here. So how does it look? Again, the outline here, as you can see here, we like the first product was called the Computerized Solution Focused Self-Help Program 1.0. Okay, so it's the first try. And so you can see here 6 steps, like a person would go back to this program 6 times in 26 days. So it's almost a month. Every 5 days, you would get a reminder to your email, and then you would go to this program website, open it with your personal account, your password and everything, and would do the task that the program provides you. Okay, so 5 days in between these steps. And as you can see here, every step is different here. Like the first day, it's the beginning of the journey. The second day, after 5 days, is the planet of the preferred future. Then the planet of successful past, the planet of significant people. And if you remember, these planets are called after the solution-focused main elements, which I mentioned in the beginning. Okay, so it's 26 days in general. These are the pictures, the print screens from the program. I will show you some video later, but at the moment it's just print screens, so you can see it's kind of looks nice, childish a little bit, some colors and planets. So basically, what we did to increase the interactivity, to increase the fun, we made kind of game, so to speak. It's not a game, like not a video game, but it's kind of. We invite a person to travel into the space, in the space ship, visiting 5 planets, as you can see here, on the course to the star. The yellow one far away is a star. So when you start your journey, the star is far away, and every time you would go to the planet, the star becomes closer to you, the goal comes closer to you. And every time you go to different planet, different questions, different solution-focused topics would be provided, and so you would reflect on these questions. For example, in this planet, we asked participants to look at this magical stone, shiny one, and think about the future. Imagine how your future would like if the problem would be gone, and then work on this idea. Then another planet here, another planet here. So I'm saving time, so we cannot spend too much time looking at these pictures, but just for you to get the idea. For example, in this planet, there are three screens, three televisions or monitors, and each of them represents different perspective. For example, past, present, and future. And so participants would be asked to look at the one screen and think about past and think about the achievements that he made during this program. The green one, the present, for example, and think what they can do in the present. The blue one would be the future. So they would think about the future, how everything can, or how they would like everything to be in the future, and so on and so forth. Okay. And the last planet here. So I hope you got the idea. So the main idea is that we invite people to travel into the space with the spaceship. And in each planet, when they visit it, think about different solution-focused questions. And there's no person involved. You're traveling together with the board computer. There's a board computer idea in this program, and this board computer leads you through all these steps, saying, "Okay, hello, today we will go to this planet," and blah 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 blah. So there's someone who talks to you, but it's not a person; it's a board computer, and they don't actually talk. They on the screen, the text appears on the screen. So it's kind of in some movies. I mean, they don't talk, but they just communicate in written language. So we also collected the feedback from our participants, and what we found out. The first thing, dropout was pretty large. I will show you some outcome results later, but ahead of time, I will say that dropout was kind of large, like 79% of people would start the program but never finish it. So this was an important signal for us that we need to do something different about this program. Then we collected participants' feedback, and then we went into the literature, because it was 2014, 2015. So a lot of literature appeared in the scientific journals about the self-help, computerized self-help programs, and what's good about them, what's bad, what's the issues. So we collected a large pool of information and decided to make another improvement. So you can see the list of improvements here. Improvements for attractiveness, improvements for functionality, and improvements for okay. So basically we decided to update our program 1.0. We hired another artist, because some people in their feedback said that it looks childish. These pictures are not nice, are not for students. I mean, we're grown-ups, we're 18, 19, 20 years old, and we don't want to look at the childish pictures, and these pictures do not help us to travel through this space, and it's kind of bothers some people. So we decided to change a lot of things, okay? And so step number 4 was computerized program 2.0, which was launched in 2017. So it's not that far ago. So as usual, how does it look? We did not change a lot in the outline of the program. As you can see here, we added another step, step number 7, which is basically the summary of everything. Because in the previous program, there was no summary. You just you just visit the last planet, and then the board computer says, bye-bye, good luck with your goals. And here we added another step where a person would answer some questionnaires. We also added questionnaires here, and think about the progress and next steps maybe. So same 6 steps plus the 7th step, and adding this 7th step prolonged the program to 33 days. As you can see here, it's almost a month. So it's almost like a psychotherapy course with the counselor. So you would go to the counselor every week, and here you would go to this program every 5 days and work towards your goals, okay? This is a short video how the program functions. So it's recorded. I'm not doing it now. It's so you can see the idea and how everything looks in this program. So this is the first screen, some information. Then the program would ask you to create your personal account. So you would do that. and then you would go inside. There's some questionnaires in the beginning. Then I will move forward a little bit, so it will be maybe more interesting for us. So, okay, so first day you go to this program, you would go inside of this spaceship and start the journey. Okay, so there will be questions about what would you like to change in your life, what would be your goals, and so on and so forth. Okay, so you can see here that the screens, like this board computer I mentioned, communicates with you with the help of the screen. I mean, there is no speech, actual speech involved. It's all communication happens in the screen. So the screen goes down and some text appears, you read it, and then there's some space to answer, to write your ideas here. Okay, on the left there is some personal information, on the right there is the journey information, for example the goal of the journey, the description of the step that you're in, the progress bullets and everything. Okay, so I will move forward to just show you how those planets look. So okay, yeah, for example this is the just a second. For example, this is the okay, so this is first, for example, planet. So this magical stone that we ask you to look at the stone and think about your future and imagine how everything could be when the problem will be solved, and then you scale your goal, like how far is your goal and where are you now, and then you would think about first steps and different tasks here. So I will move to another planet just to show you how it looks. Okay, another planet with the magical lakes. So you need to look at the lake and think about, remember times when your situation was better and how you achieved it. What did you do? What resources, what strengths can you think of? Then another planet here. Okay, another planet here. Those same three screens, the past, present, and future. Then the last planet here. Where is it? Just a second. Okay, the last planet. And so every time you would go back, as I mentioned, you would meet different planet, different objects there, and different solution-focused questions to reflect on. Okay, so let's move forward. So to sum up what we achieved and where are we now and what could be our next step. So here we have the table showing all the products, all the self-help tools that we developed: paper pencil worksheet, internet worksheet, computerized program 1.0, 2.0, and there on the left side there are some characteristics, and here you can see the progress. Okay, so for example, duration from 11 days it increased to 33 days. Number of sessions from 10 decreased to 7. Intervals between sessions from 1 day increased to 5 days, and then some interactivity and everything. And so this blue right side is the final computerized program that we are using at the university for the students at the moment. Okay, and there's a note that all improvements were made to make the tool more interactive, functional, and user-friendly, playful, and involving, longer but less condensed. Okay, so we kind of were trying to go after participants' feedback that they've been providing us. Okay, so what could be our next steps? Well, maybe okay, I will skip this. Okay, sorry, I will skip this part. Let's go to step number 5. As I mentioned, it's all about outcome results, because we work at the university. As I said, we use this program for our university students. So along with the face-to-face counseling, our students at Vytautas Magnus University, they can go to this program and work towards their goals on their own, with no help from professional, but they can choose. They can go to face-to-face counseling, or they can use this program, or they can use other materials. Outcome results will be in two parts, as you can see here, the testing results and outcome results. When I say testing results, I mean that it's kind of not real clients who have issues, but we asked students to participate in our studies just to provide us feedback and results. And then on the right side, there will be outcome results with real clients, like real students who have real problems and decided to use this program instead of face-to-face counseling. So let's look at these results very quickly. So testing results, okay? So the general sample here is 560 students in general. And you can see here on the right side, there are different solution-focused self-help tools, interventions. On the left side, there is a comparison group, okay? No intervention group and free observation group. Free observation means that we did not provide any intervention. We just said, for a week or for 2 weeks, observe your life and see what's happening. Okay, so basically no specific intervention here. So we call those comparison groups. And then on the right side, there are different intervention groups that we're using solution-focused self-help tools. Measures. So we used two kind of measures. Like one group of measures was standardized measures, and we used more measures than I will show you here in this presentation, just because this outcome questionnaire, OQ 45.2, was used in almost all steps of the development of our program, so we can compare the results. And then on the right side here, you see the subjective scale. So in solution-focused therapy, we use the subjective evaluation scales a lot. On the scale from 0 to 10, we asked to evaluate different things. And in this study, we used the scale to evaluate difficulty of the situation. Like 10 would be your goal and 0 would be opposite of that. So where are you now? So every time the person goes to this program, we would ask the same scaling question. And then we have the opportunity to compare the beginning and the end points. And then on the same scale, we also asked for to evaluate usefulness, level of difficulty, and acceptability of the tools that this experimental group was using. So first group of results, okay? Here you can see those scales from 0 to 10, where we were asking our participants about the difficulty of their situation. For example, 0 situation as its worst and 10 situation as you prefer it to be. So where are you now? And those red lines here represent the group mean, the group averages. In the left one is in the first session and the right one is in the last session. So for example, if we look at the upper scale, which says computerized program 2.0, we can see that the average group evaluation in the first session was 4.1. In the last session, it was 7.3. So it means that during the participation in this program, the average number, the average evaluation in the group, on the group level, improved significantly from 4 to 7, okay? And there you can see all the rest of the groups that we used in the study, like computerized program 1.0, internet worksheet, paper pencil worksheet, and those comparison groups, okay? As you can see here, in the comparison groups, as you can expect, probably, there was no significant improvement or this improvement, even though there was improvement in this no intervention group, but it was not as large as in intervention groups. And the left side, the p less than 0.001 means that all these intervention groups differed from both comparison groups significantly. Okay, so improvement in the experimental groups was larger than in the comparison groups, and there was no significant difference between the intervention groups. So all these brown groups like computerized program 2.0, 1.0, internet worksheet, and paper pencil worksheets, they did not differ. Like the improvement was different, but not significantly different, okay? So it means that probably participation in the solution-focused self-help intervention does make some change in the students' lives. But I also remind that this is the testing phase, okay? So these were not like real clients with real problems. There was just students that we invited to participate in the program, but still, okay? So the improvement is quite impressive, from 4 to 7 point something, okay? Another part of results here, so it's more standardized measures. As I mentioned, we used this outcome questionnaire 45.2, which is broadly used in psychotherapy outcome research. And you can see here that computerized program 2.0 achieved the best results. The longest line, the largest decrease of the problems in different scales of outcome questionnaire, and the general score of OKU 45.2 decreased significantly more in computerized program 2.0 group. Okay, so it means that it seems like we did a good job, right? Because internet worksheet, not that much improvement. Computerized program 1.0, not that much improvement. Computerized program 2.0, a lot of improvement. Again, these are the testing phase results. Okay, we'll see how everything looks with the real clients. And we also were asking about the usefulness, how simple the program is and how acceptable it is for you as a mean to look for your goals. So groups and the different groups evaluated pretty similarly, around 7. Okay, so all the scores on the 10-point scale was around 7, meaning that not bad, like not perfect, but not bad. Okay, not very easy, not very simple, useful, and somewhat acceptable. Okay. And the last results here, we also asked if the students would recommend this program or this tool that they were using to their friends, relatives, or other people who would need it. And as you can see here, 88%, 83%, 91% of people said that they would recommend it for other people as well. Okay. And so finally, let's go to the outcome results. And when I say outcome results, just to remind you, I mean the real clients, the students at the university who have issues, problems, but instead of going to face-to-face counseling for many reasons, maybe it was a summertime, for some people it was they were on the Erasmus exchange program and living abroad and they couldn't come to the counselor, so they decided to use this program. Some people just decided that they prefer to communicate with computer instead of the person. There were many different reasons why they chose, but the fact that they chose to try out this computerized program. Okay, so participants, Vytautas Magnus University students looking for help. Okay, and we have 2 computerized programs, as you understood probably, 1.0 and 2.0. The 2.0 is an improved one, a lot of changes made there. And these are the numbers of participants. So we can see here that 230 started program 1.0, around 150 started program 2.0, and then some people dropped out, and so we have the final numbers here, which is not large, right? Only 24 and 14 people completed the program from the first step to the last step. There were people who dropped out early, so we did not include them into the analysis. So sample is not large, 24 and 14, but still, okay. So we can still have some preliminary results and kind of draw some initial conclusions if these kind of programs do work or not very much. Okay, here we can see the dropout rate of each of the programs. So basically, as I said, 79 and 86% of participants dropped out. Okay. What's interesting here that the largest dropout is between first and second step. So it seems like some people just came out of curiosity maybe, or when started, they decided that it's not for them, or maybe some other reasons, I don't know. Okay, so they just dropped out early, and then on the later stages, the dropout is not as large as after the first step. Okay, Let's take a look at the results, the outcome results. Same again as in the previous. Oh, sorry. I will go back. Okay. So the improvement on the problem kind of solving scale. So we can see here computerized program 1.0, 2.0, and the average group evaluation from 4 or 4.1 increased to 6.9, 7.2, which is significant improvement. And I also added here the improvement on the same scale from the face-to-face clients, because as I mentioned in our clinics at Vytautas Magnus University, we provide a face-to-face counseling, and we also collect same kind of numbers from them. So face-to-face clients, they start from 3.9 and increase to 7.3. And what's interesting, there is no significant difference between these groups. So it seems like despite, like, no matter if you go face-to-face counseling or you use computerized program 1.0 or 2.0, the increases on the group level, of course, is about the same. It differs a little bit, but not that much. Okay, interesting. Then standardized questionnaires here, just very quickly, it's not very important, but interesting, might be interesting. So we combine both, like all the participants who participated in these computerized programs here. So we can see that issues on all outcome questionnaire scales decreased significantly during the intervention. And this is the between group comparison. And we can see here that computerized program 2.0 did a little bit better on some measures, not a lot, not on all of them, but the significant difference is only on the social role scale. So again, the sample wasn't large, so we shouldn't draw very serious conclusions out of this research, but still seems like even though we improved a lot of things in this computerized program 2.0, the outcome on a standardized measure at least is not very different from program 1.0. Well, yeah, interesting to think about it. Then usefulness, how simple, how acceptable. So evaluations are about the same. Maybe this computerized program 2.0 received a little bit better evaluations of the usefulness and acceptability, but it's not very significant difference here. And then, as usual, we ask people if they would recommend it to other people. And so 90-something% would recommend it to other people if they think that they need some help. Okay, so this is it. I mean, this is all the information I wanted to share with you. And maybe the last piece of information, because you see in 2020, like a year and a half ago, we changed some things in this program 2.0 again. We changed the questionnaire. So instead of outcome questionnaire 45, now we use the CORE question, CORE. CORE, it's a British product, because this outcome questionnaire, well, you need to pay for it. So our clinics didn't want to pay, so we changed the questionnaires. And so now we cannot compare results of the participants after 2020, but I just checked if I just checked how many people use this program in 2019, 2020, and 2021. Because you see this pandemic came, of course, at the university clinics, we provide online counseling using Zoom and other platforms. We do not face-to-face counseling during the pandemic. So I thought maybe more people would go and use this computerized self-help tool. And actually I was about right. In 2019, we had 11 students who used this program. It's not much. In 2020, we have 49 students who came and used this program. In 2021, we have 10 students. So it's several months passed still, but already 10 students. So not bad. Okay, so it seems like students do use computerized self-help during the pandemic times, and maybe for some people it's kind of life changer experience, as our results suggest. Of course, our results are preliminary, like more of a preliminary nature, because the sample is not large enough yet, but we're collecting data and we hope to provide better results in the future. So I'm done with my presentation, and if you have any questions or maybe it's time for discussion. I see one question in the chat here, right?
Yes, sir. Should I read it out?
Could you, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the question is, are there any cultural implications or influence in the practice of solution-focused brief therapy?
It's a wonderful question, which is not easy for me to answer because I live in one culture, just, because I was born in Lithuania, I was raised in Lithuania, and I live in Lithuania. So cannot say, but actually there is this discussion in solution-focused community around the world. And I know that Jessim Korankot, who invited me to this conference or gave my contacts to you, he sometimes talks about these differences. But I would say it's not very large, not very large difference. It's not culturally grounded. Of course, solution-focused therapy started in the United States, so it's kind of a product of this Western United States culture. But for example, as it comes to Lithuania, because in Lithuania we have different culture from United States. We are Central European, post-Soviet country. Our language is very different from English language, and so on. But after a while, we found all the formulations, because in solution-focused practice, there are interesting questions. For example, a miracle question, saying that suppose that tonight and when you will be sleeping, a miracle happens and stuff like this. So we need to work a little bit until we found the best formulations, the best words to use. But, well, I don't see any any issues or difficulties here.
Okay, sir. We also have a few more questions from YouTube. So the first question is, what are the major difficulties that solution-focused therapists may face in practice, especially during this pandemic situation?
Difficulties that the practitioners may face, right? If I got it right.
Yes, sir.
Well, okay. So solution-focused therapy is about constructing the world or reconstructing the world. So the main tool that we use is a language, questions, reflections, summaries and stuff like that. So it's not very difficult to move to the online mode, for example. Okay, from the face-to-face to the online or remote mode. It's not very difficult because we use the language. So as long as we can use the language, I think we're fine with solution-focused therapy. As my presentation showed as well, I mean, we removed the person from the therapy here, because creating this computerized self-help tool, what we did, there's no person involved. There are only questions, only words, and only your reflection. So you kind of read the question and reflect on it. And if you come up with good ideas for your life, that's it. So even when there's no another person in front of you, change does happen. It seems it does happen, because our results show that people kind of solve their problems. They move from 4 to 7 or something like that. So I think it's no different with the distant counseling, for example. As long as we can talk, as long as we can react to each other, as long as we see at least a little bit of reactions, like face reactions and movements from other person, I think we're fine. On the other hand, solution-focused practice is kind of flexible one. I mean, there's no strict rules how you should do it. So changing environment or changing situations allows us to adjust very well. So I use solution-focused therapy in my clinical work, for example, And the only issue or the only difficulty that I can see is that it's not always easy to understand what another person feels because when you look at another person on the screen, you cannot, see all the changes in the facial expressions and so on. So you cannot see half of the body. So you're not sure what people are doing and how they're actually feeling. But somehow we survive. I mean, we ask more often, how are you? And what's happening in you? And so we kind of go around this issue, I think. Okay.
Thank you, sir. There's one more question, two more questions actually.
Okay.
The first is, what may be the possible reason, according to you, behind the relatively greater improvements in problems related to interpersonal relations and social role in comparison to symptom distress?
Yeah, there was this result that the difference between these programs. Well, I don't know. I mean, we could of course try to look for some answers, but I think it's maybe due to the small sample, because this difference was between groups, meaning that those people who participate into the computerized program 1.0 compared to those who participated in the program 2.0, they achieved like less change in the social role. And I don't know, I mean, it's not, I would say it's not related to the program itself. It's maybe some accidental difference because of the sample sizes. That's the best explanation I could come up with at the moment. I don't know.
The next question
okay.
is,
could I add some? Oh, sorry. Could I add another question?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Another possibility might be that if you, changing your actions and changing your relationship, changing your interactions with other people might be easier maybe. And so this program, when there's no another person, so you don't go very deep into your problems, your symptoms, and then don't analyze why and how and everything. So maybe it's easier for people to do something different in your social environment and social role sense. And maybe it might be, but I'm sure I'm just making it up, but might be that when you feel some anxiety or depression, so might be that there are more serious reasons, and maybe more serious work needs to be done in order to change these areas of your lives. But we need to study, and so we will come with this answer in the future, I hope. Thank you. Yeah, another question?
Yes, sir. Another one. Often solutions to problems might not be on an individual level, might require working on family dynamics, interpersonal relationships, or environmental modifications.
Yeah.
How can a computerized self-help solution-focused program address that?
Okay, it's a wonderful question. Again, thank you. I don't know who's asking this question, but it's a wonderful question. So solution-focused therapy is about systemic thinking, and I mentioned one of the bases of solution-focused approach is systemic thinking. So, and it began as a family therapy, actually. So it's used in family therapy and couple therapy, but it's also used as an individual therapy. And as we say in solution-focused world, at least we say when you meet a client, you meet their family and social environment as well. So in solution-focused therapy, there are questions. And so we invite person to build solutions not on the individual level, but connect them with their social life. For example, if you say, well, when this miracle happens, I might be smiling more, maybe I will smile more. So the next question from solution-focused practitioner would come, who would notice that? And how would they react to that? And what these reactions of other people would do to you and why it's important and so on. So we try to connect the solutions to the social environment. So even though you're working with one person, you're actually working with their social environment as well. And in this computerized self-help program, we added these questions as well. It's a very important part of solution-focused therapy. And when I showed this first picture presenting what solution-focused practice is about, one of the most important elements there was exploring useful connections or useful interactions with other people. So in this program, there were questions inviting people to think how their solutions, changes, actions would translate into their social environment, and what reactions from the social environment they would desire, and what those reactions would tell them. Okay, so we think that we included this element in our program. Okay. Same when you speak with one person, you ask how your mother, how your spouse, how your friends would notice that something's different. So we do the same in this program too. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to call our head of the department, Dr. Tilotama Mukherjee, to say a few words. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, a very interesting presentation, Dr. Wrightis, and very much, engrossing discussion. Jassim is here today in Zoom. He is present. And for last so many years, he has been working on SFBT in India, particularly in the state of Kerala. So may I request him to give some insights from his work and research that he has done. Welcome, Jassim. I would request you to share some thoughts on this. The cultural aspects that we were discussing, students also want to know. And Dr. Wrightis is also here. So if you could enlighten us.
Hi, Wrightis. How are you?
Hello.
Nice to see you after a long time.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
The question they were asking me about the cultural difference is a very significant question. And as you have already mentioned, the therapy, most of the therapies has been developed from an individualistic culture perspective, where in India, most of us are in a dualistic way. We see things in a different way. And it's very important for a client to know what is therapy, what's counseling, what happens inside. And they should be having an orientation. Most of the clients over here, they don't have that orientation about therapy. And we often find difficulty in going ahead with the solution focused question immediately after an introduction. And I felt we need to give much time to present what the client is intended to convey to us, and listening to them, and then doing a grounding in a very well manner, and then going ahead with the solution focused question yield a better results in the clients that I usually meet in my clinic. And in 2014, we have published a work, Dr. Tilotama Mukherjee and myself, we were publishing a work in the International Journal of Solution Focus, where you were an associate editor for the journal. And in that particular article, Dr. Tilotama and myself were mentioning about how people perceive this miracle question in different ways. So it was on depressive clients with depression. So people can read that particular article and you can understand how clients would perceive this miracle. And you have mentioned in a very clear manner, the miracle question that are originally used by Insu and Steve may not yield the same result when we use it as it is in our clients. Yeah. And thank you very much, Wrightis. I hope we can, and this difference in cultural things, this is a very significant thing. We need to talk more about that. And I'm doing much research on that too with, most of my research are in clients with depression. So I may have to do the same thing with other populations too. I hope we can talk more about this in a later conference.
Okay. Well, it's very significant and interesting issue, which I think hasn't been too much explored in solution-focused community so far. I heard people talking about these cultural differences, but not much like summary, and not much work in summarizing all these differences, as I said. But on the other hand, like solution-focused therapy is a flexible one. I mean, for example, when you're working with kids, like children, so it's totally different culture there, right? I mean, from adults, like adults have their own culture and children, they have their own culture and understanding of, for example, miracles. As I always say to my students, I mean, when you say, suppose a miracle happens tonight while you're sleeping, for children, it might mean nothing because miracles are everyday thing for them. I mean, you know, new toy is a miracle. A good movie on the TV is a miracle. A friend came over is a miracle. So it doesn't make much sense to them. And then solution-focused therapists are encouraged to look for like creative and different ways to engage into the same topic, right? So you might use something else instead of a miracle. For example, okay, so what character is your favorite one? Well, Mickey Mouse, for example. Suppose tonight when you will be sleeping, Mickey Mouse comes and kind of eats all your troubles and runs away. And tomorrow morning when you wake up, what will be the first sign that this trouble is gone, you know? So we have ways to go around, of course, and maybe in India, because, well, I visited India a couple times. I agree, it's different culture. I mean, I'm not saying like total different, but a lot of things are different. Like religion is different and background is different. So might be that you need some adjustments or creative adjustments to the like traditional solution focused way of working. In Lithuania here, for example, the only issue I see with the cultural differences for the therapists. I mean, some therapists, they have issues. They say, well, for example, saying a compliment to your client, which is part of solution-focused therapy as well, the complimenting, right? We don't use compliments in Lithuania too much. It's kind of weird for us to say compliment. You know, but when you do it, clients react normally. I mean, they like compliments from some kind of expert, right? But the therapists, they might have some issues too. So it's kind of two sides to these questions: the cultural difference for the therapist and cultural difference for the client. So it's very interesting discussion, and we should continue it someday.
You have put it in the right way. The therapist things are the same thing in India too. So this is very flexible, as you said, and only thing would be how we put the question into the paradigm into the client's mind. The only difference would be how we formulate the question.
Because I think not the question is the most important, but the kind of door that you're opening with the question, right? So in the door, for example, the future, like preferred future, you can open this door many different ways. So the miracle question is one way, but there might be other ways.
Right.
And, Righties, you would be happy to know that Jassim does it exceedingly well. He is very innovative and creative with creating this, while creating this miracle questions. And he's a very popular therapist as far as SFBT is concerned in India also. I'm very proud of him. So I'm grateful to you on behalf of my department. I am very indebted to you. You have shared wonderful insights and the wonderful work that you are doing for your university students. I hope in future we'll interact more and we can learn more from you. And you have a safe and healthy stay during this critical time. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me, and good luck. Good job, Jassim, and good luck with the spreading solution-focused ideas in your part of the world. Okay, and I hope I will meet you in person soon.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We'll be closing for today. We'll meet again tomorrow. And thank you for your enthusiastic participation and your positive feedbacks. And we hope we'll meet you tomorrow again at 4:30 p.m. The link will be sent to you. And we are looking forward to your participation. And stay well, stay healthy, stay safe. Thank you.